Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday, January 17th. The time is 8:45 a.m., and we're going to begin this morning with Committee of the Whole Group 4, which is Yukon Subsistence, Personal Use, Commercial, and Sport Fishing. And before I turn it over to the chair, just a couple of reminders. Make sure that the microphone is on when you come up to the mic to speak if you're interested in speaking. We're focused on new information, and please say your name every time that you come to the microphone so that it's clear for the record. We're not interested in debates or deliberations. This is an opportunity to bring new information to the board. All right, with that, I will turn it over to Chair Wood, see if he has any additional instructions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, I do. I'll be operating in the following manner. The staff will read the proposal that is before us, and then I will give the opportunity to the proposer to go up first if he has or she has any new information to provide, and then open it up to the public. The only exception to that routine is federal subsistence folks want to address, I think it's 2 of the proposals, so I'm going to put them up immediately following staff comments on those 2 proposals, which I'll hopefully have in my hand shortly, which 2 they are. If indeed you've provided public testimony or written public comments or ACs cover a subject, those do not need to be repeated to this board. We're looking for information we don't already have. If I feel that we're just covering same ground, I'm going to move on to the next speaker. So please keep that in mind as you're testifying. And lastly, I would just point out that we're not at a wedding. So please, if you want to testify, come to the front of the aisle. We're not going to watch the bride walk down the aisle and the whole 9 yards and spend time doing that. So please move up to the front. And with that, we'll start with Proposal 79. Staff.
Good morning. My name is Sam Decker. I'm with sorry. Good morning. I'm Sam Decker. I'm the Yukon River Summer Season Assistant Manager. To my right is Dina Jallin, the Area Manager for the Yukon River Summer Season. To her right is Alita Trainer, Subsistence Resource Manager. To my left is the Yukon River Fall Season team. We have the Assistant Manager, Shane Ransbury, and the Area Manager, Christy Gleason. Proposal 79 would allow hook and line attached to rod and pole when subsistence fishing upstream of the Nulato River mouth to and including the Kayakuk River drainage up to the closed waters of the Kayakuk River and the subsistence permit area.
Thank you. Anyone from the Kayakuk River AC wish to present new information? Seeing no one, is anyone in the public that wishes to present new information? Please step forward to the mic.
Good morning. For the record, this is Olivia Hanahi Irwin. I would just like to read from the ADF&G website. In 1987, the Alaska Board of Fisheries made a positive, customary, and traditional use determination for freshwater species in the Yukon area. Fish traps were heavily used in the past, and today nets and hooks and lines are the preferred gear types to harvest these types of fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to come present new information? Going once, going twice. Move on to Proposal 80. Staff.
Chairman Wood, Sam Decker. Proposal 80 would restrict subsistence king salmon harvest in the middle and upper Yukon rivers.
Before we go into people testifying, the proposer has requested or has withdrawn his support, and normally, since I've been on the board, when that has occurred, the board has acquiesced and taken no action. However, legally, the proposal, once submitted, becomes the property of the board. So if anybody wishes to testify, they're certainly entitled to do so. So With that in mind, I don't see Mr. Lamont in the audience. Anyone in the public wish to present new evidence? Seeing no one, we move on to Proposal 81. Staff?
Chairman Wood, this is Sam Decker. Proposal 81 would implement a Yukon River drainage subsistence salmon permit to allow the retention of king salmon less than 24 inches with an annual limit of 10 fish during times of king salmon conservation.
Thank you, and this is one of the two proposals at the federal subsistence. Mr. Pappas asked to be able to present new information. We're holding him to the same standard we hold the public. It'll be new information.
Thank you much, Mr. Chair. We have Holly Carroll, the in-season manager for the Yukon Drainage.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Holly Carroll, in-season Yukon River Manager for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I wanted to draw your attention to PC 20, which is the OSM comments. OSM and myself, the manager that helped develop those comments, did support this with the modification to leave the size of fish and the bag limits up to the managers. But I also wanted to just draw attention to some broader conversations that occurred during the meeting. As the manager involved in this fishery for the last 8 years, we've seen Chinook runs. In all of those 8 years, only 2 of those were good fishing runs. The rest were very, very small runs with very small harvestable surpluses. And as managers, it's important to point out that when we have a harvestable surplus of, say, 3,000 to 6,000 fish, which ironically was our predicted harvest this last summer, we don't have a lot of tools that allow us to effectively distribute those fish throughout the entire Yukon drainage. So we'll get members of the public saying, you know, what if we could have 1 or 2 fish per family for cultural practices and things like that? We don't really have the ability to do that. When we put gill nets in the water, even for a very short amount of time across 44 villages, it's pretty hard to constrain that harvest. So while this proposal may or may not pass at this time, I just wanted to get the board and the public thinking about, you know, allowing some sort of tool where managers can have a permitted harvest of subsistence. We don't do that very often, where we limit that harvest. Obviously, it's allocative, so we as managers don't have the ability. This type of proposal where we could have a couple of fish taken from selective gear in times when we have a small harvest would be an incredible tool that we don't currently have. And just to put the numbers in perspective for most people, there's about 3,000 households on the Yukon. About 2,500 of those are fishing households. But if we had a harvest or a harvestable surplus of 3,000 fish, that is 1 fish per household. So it'd be very hard to distribute that without a permit system.
Any questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you. I see you, Mr. Shepherd, but let me get to the proposal first. Fairbanks AC, anyone from Fairbanks AC wish to present new information? Is there anybody from the Fairbanks AC here? Okay. Okay, Mr. Shepherd, you wish to testify?
Thank you. This proposal is geared for the 24-inch on down. Am I correct? The size of the king? Was it? Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Stanislaus Shepard, for the record. I was born and raised in Mountain Village, Lower Yukon. In the 2 committee groups I attended, we sat down, discussed these proposals. First of all, I sat down and chaired the Mid-Lower Yukon Advisory Committee, and the proposal came up. I had asked the department that was online teleconference that we're going to be herding with the size limit 24 inches. I had brought up the question at the Eagle sonar, what was the size range up there that go into Canada? And they told me about maybe, if I'm not mistaken, 20 to 28% of the fish that go into Canada were in that range of 24 inches. But after having a little discussion this morning, I would say, since we're restricted with that 4-inch, 60 feet, there is some subsistence users that when they set their net, there's some king salmon that are under 24 inches and maybe 20 inches. Would, if this proposal is going to pass, we need to think about the size range that go into Canada from Eagle. That was a lengthy discussion with our AC, and we didn't vote for it. With the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, we also didn't vote for that, if I'm not mistaken. So if there's another way to at least having the subsistence users with those 4-inch, 60 feet, can we bring down the size instead of 24, focus on 24 inches on down? Could we bring down that size, like say 20 inches or 18 inches? Do you have any questions?
When you say you didn't vote on it, did you
We
actually
opposed.
take no votes, or did you vote no action?
We oppose that proposal.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members? Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Mrs. Simon, did you want to testify?
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, the funding available for advisory committee to come to the meetings is so limited. No one from the Fairbanks AC was able to be here. I generally staff most of their meetings, but when meetings are hundreds of miles out of region, it's difficult for the public to participate. My personal comments are, this proposal might have been great to consider 20 years ago when there were lots of concerns about gear selectivity and the quality of escapement. And yes, quality of escapement, I think, is still a big concern in the AYK region that I think should be paid more attention to. But the biggest issue that I'm not sure that you've put it together from staff reports is that on average, 16% of communities along of households in communities along the Yukon River are harvesting all of the salmon resources for that community. So how could you actually provide reasonable opportunities for subsistence use, harvest, and utilization if you were just limiting a few fish to each household when only 16% of the households in the community are actually fishing? So I think this is a proposal that has good intentions. It's just the wrong time. I think at this point, every fish matters, and even if it's only small fish that are reaching the spawning grounds, like it appears to be these days, we need those eggs in the gravel. Thank you.
Any questions from members of the board? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Simon. Anyone else wish to address the board? I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if this is for Holly or if it's for Jim, but Holly, I think I heard you say that of the 3,000 households, there's 2,500 fishing. That doesn't square with Jim's 16%. And I don't know if you're specific to the lower Yukon, maybe? I don't know.
I think we have, in the subsistence harvest survey, and the department can speak more clearly to that, but there's multiple levels of fishing. So there's some that are heavy harvesters, some that are light, some that are medium. To get to Jim's point, yes, a small proportion of the fishers in each community are doing the harvest for the community. And so the way that the permit system would still address that is that you would have a certain number of people apply for those permits. And then, especially if we had a preseason forecast of a very tiny harvest, and then you could say, okay, now there's only been 500 permits. Now we divide that 3,000 fish by the 500. We don't expect that every single household would apply because they may not have a boat, they may not have a net, much to what he's speaking to. So it would still be worked out in the end.
Thank you, that clarity helps.
Any other board members have questions of either one of them? Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wish to appear before the board? Staff, you trying to get my attention? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to clarify the two pieces of data that had come forward as through the testimony from Jim Simon and Holly Carroll. Jim Simon is referencing Subsistence Division data that demonstrates that a small percentage of households in each community harvest the majority of fish for their community. That is not it does not contradict the figure that Holly shared, 2,500 fishing households. Both of those statements are true. It's just that there's that small proportion that harvest the majority of fish for their communities.
That's clear now, thank you.
Thank you very much. Did that generate any questions from the board? Thank you. Anyone from the public? Last chance on Proposal 81. Seeing no one, we move on to Proposal 82. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 82 would modify the dates sinking of gill nets is allowed in the Yukon area from October 1st to April 30th.
Thank you. And this is the second when the federal subsistence folks wish to present new information. Holly?
Mr. Chair, Holly Carroll again, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in-season federal manager. OSM comments previously supported this proposal. I, as the manager, helped develop those comments. But of course, just like yourselves, we have a lot to learn from the public during this process. And what I've heard over the last few days is that it would be a real hardship if this were to pass without modification. There's a lot of people that need to sink their nets to avoid drift. And in this case, most of the people are talking about only their whitefish nets since they've been closed for salmon fishing. So we would support either of the modifications that are out there now that either would still allow the sinking but with additional buoys, or I believe there was a modification to limit this to District 1 and 2 by YDFDA. We just wanted to make it clear that at this time, with these low runs, limiting access to any fishing would certainly not be our intent, and so we support those modifications.
Thank you. And once again, proves the value of the public testimony. Any questions from board members? Thank you, Holly. Mr. Simon?
Yeah, thank you. For the record, my name's Jim Simon. I was formerly the regional supervisor for the AYK Region's Division of Subsistence. And I think one of the pieces of information that I have made some inquiries about but haven't received an answer to is when there are claims that that this proposal is to fix illegal activity, oftentimes upon investigation, you find that you might have one or two instances. And so I think the board should really inquire with the Department of Public Safety. Are we fixing a problem here, or are we just restricting subsistence opportunities unnecessarily and adding additional cost for the private subsistence fishermen on the Yukon River to be able to participate in the subsistence fishery? Thank you.
One moment, Mara.
I don't have a question for Jim. Maybe it's a question for staff or the department. But, you know, in listening to what we've heard of the public testimony, I'm wondering if this is kind of not a one-size-fits-all type approach. I know that this is meant to be heard at this meeting, but then also heard and deliberated on it statewide. And so I'm just kind of, I'm wondering what the department has any thoughts on that, or if there's, given what we've heard, is the one-size-fits-all approach best? I'm not sure.
I guess I'm kind of confused by your question. Maybe rephrase it.
I'm confused by my question, too.
Yeah.
You know, back to the I think it was the YDFA comment about potentially just restricting this to a couple of districts. You know, this is a river that has a lot of drift. You know, that's not always the case in other rivers in Alaska. If we're setting sort of a blanket regulation, I'm wondering if it, in some of these instances on these unique river systems, if a one-size-fits-all in a state reg is the best approach.
I would probably say that is not the best approach. Having it more unique that fits the situations of the river would probably be better in my opinion. But I will leave that up to staff a little bit to see if they agree with my assessment.
Madam Chair, Christy Gleason for the record. Yeah, I agree with our commissioner. When we were discussing proposal 82 with all the ACs, one thing to note is every AC that we talked with supported this proposal. And a couple of them supported it as amended to help with the drift situation for subsistence fishers in District 4, 5, and 6. And the reason the department put this proposal in originally was the last couple years, we've heard concerns from fishermen. We get phone calls to our office saying that people are sinking their nets and trying to target deeper running king salmon. And when we as staff or enforcement that are flying over or boating are not able to see these nets, these people can continually keep illegally fishing. And I know it's frustrating people when we have salmon closures and then they see people in their community that are illegally fishing. And so that's one of the concerns that we've heard. We've also heard from another AC, the Central Bering Sea. Their amendment was to require a larger buoy to keep the nets on the surface, but even require a larger buoy because of boating safety, that people do run over nets. And so we've heard that from fishermen, from members of the AC. And so we're trying to make it apply evenly for the Yukon area, but we definitely understand the hardships of District 4, 5, and 6 with dealing with more drift. And as far as it applying to District 1 and 2, that's where we have most of our commercial fishing with gill nets. And so to me, it does make more sense if we did want to implement it, that we would have it in where 90% of our commercial fishing happens on the Yukon.
Thank you. Clearly, I need to spend a little bit more time with this one, but that was really helpful.
There you go. Any other board questions? Thank you. I was requested by a member, one moment, sir, by a member of the Dena'ina Chiefs who's not here today. Apparently had to go back to Fairbanks, much along the lines of Mr. Simon. I was going to inquire of Captain Frenzel. Do we have an idea how many violations on the net issue that you've encountered over, say, the last year or some period of time?
Through the chair, Member Wood, currently the sinking is not illegal, so that portion is not an issue for citations. People fishing closed season, stuff like that, it happens on occasion.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members? Okay, somebody was standing on it. Come on, Ms. Sandon.
Good morning. My name is Gene Sandon. I'm representing Yukon Delta, and following Jim's lead, I'll introduce myself as a former AYK regional supervisor a little while ago. First off, in RC 38, we changed our comments on PC 27. We've originally supported this proposal for the whole drainage, but in hearing the testimony, we're going to restrict this to districts 1 and 2. And RC 50 is suggested language to do that. I also want to point out that working with ADF&G on this RC, they indicated that we should also put it in the subsistence regulations, since I believe that RC only covers commercial. So RC 51 is exactly the same as RC 36, except for one paragraph. And it's on page 2, and in boldface, it's 15. So that would take care of subsistence nets. We originally thought it would take care of subsistence nets. Also, it would prohibit submerged nets commercially and subsistence. Thank you.
Welcome. Any board questions? So what you're advocating is proposal 82 be amended or be turned down?
No, amended with RC 50, and if necessary, the section in RC 51 that I pointed out. and they're both suggested amended language.
Okay, thank you.
And I worked with Fish and Game on both of them.
Appreciate that very much. Any other questions? Anyone else in the audience wish to give us new information? Going once, twice. We move on to Proposal 83. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 83 would make it so that after August 15th, a person may not take salmon with a gill net that has a mesh size greater than 6 inches in the Yukon area personal use salmon fishery.
Thank you, and this is a proposal by the department, I suppose. I presume you have no new information, is that correct? Okay, does anyone in the audience wish to bring new information to the board on Proposal 83? Seeing no one, we move to Proposal 80. Whoops, come forward, sir.
Good morning. For the record, Madam Chair, my name is Stanislaus Shepherd, born and raised in Mountain Village, Lower Yukon. I had submitted the RC, and I think I missed my opportunity to speak toward it. It's RC 45.
If you give board a moment to get to that. Okay, go proceed, sir.
Yes. Department of Fish and Game was very surprised that I still had this information. This is okay, I'll go with my speech here, I think. Villages, as we know, that are on the Yukon River don't fish for salmon like we used to. A comprehensive survey done in 2010. You should see it with RC 45, this document here.
Okay, and we will certainly study that RC. Is there anything in addition to the RC you wish to bring to our attention?
Okay. In Mountain Village, we harvest 86,538 pounds of salmon, meaning kings, chums, fall chums, and cohos put together. Salmon made up 36% of all wild foods we harvested. In the past 2 years, there's been no subsistence fishing for salmon, and we have not fished for kings for even longer. We have not met ANS in the 12 of the 13 years since this study was done.
Any questions of Mr. Shepherd? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to address the board? Seeing no one, we move on to Proposal 84.
For the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 84 would repeal and readopt the Yukon area subsistence fishery lawful gear and gear specifications. Additions to subsistence fishing regulations include adding eel sticks, clarifying dip net operations, relaxing the minimum distance between subsistence gear with low harvest potential, and maintaining 200 feet between set gill nets and fish wheels, applying 7.5-inch mesh size to gill net fishing year-round for salmon and non-salmon, reducing the maximum gill net mesh size to 6-inch or less during the fall chum and coho salmon season, and changing the maximum mesh size to 4-inch or less gill nets in portions of Beaver and Birch Creeks. References to 8-inch mesh or greater will be replaced with a maximum mesh size of 7.5 inches. It also adds new conservation gear. During times of salmon conservation, gear additions would include 4.75-inch or less mesh gill nets. Gill nets including 4 to 7.5-inch maximum mesh sizes may be required to be operated as a set net and within 100 feet of ordinary high water mark, and net length can be specified by EO.
Does the department have any new information that's not already available to the board on this proposal? Hearing none, move to audience. Anyone in the audience wish to provide new information on Proposal 84? Come forward, please.
For the record, this is Olivia Hanahi Irwin. I would like to suggest working with staff to include amended language on this proposal, to include new gear types of hook and line allowed on the side tributaries upstream of the Nulato River on the Yukon River, excluding the Doll River, as that's a heavy area for sports fishermen that come from the Fairbanks area. But this adoption of hook and line as a conservation effort for salmon would also allow people in the Dena'ina region to harvest she-fish on the Tositna River, which would extend our ability to catch non-salmon species for protein in our villages. I have been speaking with members of the staff, and they have brought up that we would be able to track harvest via increase in number of permits. And this is something that I'm bringing to the board with willingness to have discussion and work with staff on amended language.
Time is running short on working with staff. We're going to go into deliberation shortly. So have you contacted any board member to work up a mandatory language, our staff directly?
Just Christy Gleason, no members of the board.
I'm sorry, say again?
I've been speaking with Christy Gleason, staffer, but no members of the board at this time, Mr. Wood.
I suggest when you step down, you make an effort to do that, because we have to have something in front of us to act on an amendment, and short of that, it won't happen. Any questions of the board members? Thank you, and I encourage you very much. This lady over here can help you with that language.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else in the public? Come forward, sir.
Good morning. My name is Gene Sando, and I'm representing YDFDA. And I have, as I previously said, RC 51 supersedes RC 36. Just RC 51 has section 15 in it, and it's not applicable right here. What I draw your attention to is the suggested or amended language that I would like to see, or Yukon Delta would like to see in this regulation. And again, I worked with staff on this amended language. If you look under D, number 2, it's an insertion of 5 1/2 inch or less mesh. I wanted to include all the legal gear on the Yukon, and 5 1/2 inch or less mesh is legal gear for subsistence, and I felt it should be included in 2. Also, under B, I clarified some things that I thought were kind of ambiguous. It now says that any gillnet specified in 5.2A above may not exceed the length specified by the commissioner in the emergency order, and gillnet may be put in the language specified for operation, pardon me, as a set and new language or drift gillnet. I want to make it perfectly clear that these mesh sizes could be operated as set or drift gillnets, and if specified, no part of the set gillnet may be more than 100 feet from the ordinary high water mark. And then because I included all the gillnets straight up front in B, you could take out C and D, which spoke to specific gillnet mesh sizes, but said the same thing. That's it.
Any questions of Gene? Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to present to the board? Come forward. No, Simon, lady behind you.
Good morning. My name is Patricia McDonald, for the record. I just want to encourage the board, when considering reducing the size of nets yet again, to think about this statistic. Currently, there are 8,000 cases before the State of Alaska SNAP Department that have not been processed. 8,000 families, not individuals, who are waiting for their food stamps to be processed back to September of 2022. That is a significant amount of people waiting for food. Then I want you to consider Alaska census facts that American Indian and Alaska Natives only encompass 15.7% of those stats. That's significant. Alaska Natives have provided for themselves through subsistence needs, and we are currently only 15.7% of the users of SNAP benefits. And so currently, if you reduce the size of nets, we are going to have even more money come out of pocket. It's going to be even more difficult for us to be able to put food on our table for the people that we come here to represent. And I'd really strongly encourage you to think about that. People in the state are struggling. We want conservation. We want our fish to be replenished, but we also want you to think about the extensive costs of replacing nets again and again and again. Thank you so much.
Any questions from board members? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon?
For the record, Jim Simon. Thank you. I think President McDonald captured a lot of what I was going to say. I guess just my point is that, you know, Dena'ina Chiefs Conference has had to invest and secure funding to be able to support net replacement programs multiple times in recent years, and to again change the gear type is an undue financial burden, as President McDonald just pointed out. And in having a brief conversation with the summer season manager, you know, it seems unclear as to when deployment of a 5.5-inch mesh net, what would trigger that. And so that might be some good conversations for the board to have with staff. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? There is.
When was the last time that, that the reg was changed so that you had to sort of, TCC had one of their net replacement programs? You said multiple times. I'm just wondering what the most recent one was.
Yeah, the new nets were the 6-inch mesh nets were being distributed throughout this past season. But as I understand it, the manufacturer could only produce a certain amount. So some communities, as I understand it, didn't get those 6-inch mesh nets until, or no, it was 4-inch. Was it 4-inch? Yeah. So we've gone through 7.5-inch mesh replacements when that was done. And Member Jensen might remember better than me when that gear selectivity study was done, or Mr. Sandone. And then it went to 6-inch mesh replacements, and now more recently, a 4-inch mesh replacements. And this is a really great opportunity if you manufacture nets, but not so good for subsistence users. Thank you.
Does that answer your question? It does. Okay. Any other board questions? Seeing that, Mr. Sandone, you wanted to come up?
Judging from the response that I got, I think I wasn't clear. I'm not asking for a reduction in mesh size. If you look at RC 51 D2 A, or D2, it says a gill net used to take fish must be either 4-inch or less mesh, 4 3/4 inch or less mesh, and my insertion, 5 1/2 inch or less mesh, 6-inch or less mesh, or 7 1/2 inch mesh. So it's not excluding any meshes. It's just all the mesh sizes that are legal for subsistence now. I just wanted to make sure that 5.5 was included in that for king conservation.
Understood. Any board questions? Yes.
How is that for king conservation when you can still have 6, 7, how does inserting the 5 1/2 benefit king conservation in your opinion?
We did a study, I can't remember what year it was, but we looked at the different mesh sizes that would catch less kings and smaller and more males. And then what we came up with was 5.5 inch, seemed to be more conservative than 6 inch. So these mesh sizes are established by emergency order by ADF&G. So if they feel like 6 inch would catch too many larger fish or too many fish, they could go to 5.5 inch. And also they could stipify how deep the meshes were.
Any
So-
other board? I'm sorry.
So it's by emergency order. They wouldn't allow all those meshes at one time, depending upon the run and their targeted species, maybe even size of the species. They would tailor their emergency order to target those fish.
Any questions?
I'll save it for deliberations, thank you.
Okay. Any other board member? No, thank you, sir. Anyone else come forward, please?
Good morning. My name is Speedy Sam, Houston, Alaska. Just what the gentleman said, the changing of the size during the fishing season. What we ran into a problem is that our fishermen got the word too late. The size that was set was a closure already. So like I say, we were starting out with a 6 inch. Then we went to the 4 inch. They required us to do a 4 inch. By the time we got the word, our area was already closed by the time. So we can't even fish with the size that they came back with us.
Thank you. Any board questions? Thank you, Speedy. Anyone else in the audience wish to present any new evidence or new data? Seeing no one, we move on to proposal 85. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 85 would modify Yukon area personal use salmon fishery specifications for selective gear types and gill net mesh size during times of salmon conservation.
Thank you. The proposals of the department, does the department have any new information? Seeing none, we go to the public. Does the public have any new information to supply to the board on this proposal? Seeing none, we move on to proposal 86. Did you wish to testify, ma'am? Okay. We move on to proposal 86. Staff?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Lisa Stubbe. I'm the Area Management Biologist for Region 3 Division of Sportfish, the Yukon Management Area. Proposal 86 would require retention of sport-caught salmon if removed from the water in the Yukon River area, and is identical to Proposal 65 requesting the same action in the Dena'ina area, as this proposal was submitted for the entire Yukon River drainage. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The proposers of Midnight Sun Flycasters. Is anybody here representing that organization that has new information? Is anybody from Midnight Sun here? Okay. Going to the public. Anyone in the public that wishes to come forward, sir?
G. Sandone, YDFDA. I just want to reference my previous comments for Proposal 65 regarding Chinook salmon. Large fish shouldn't be taken out of the water because of the weight in their internal organs, and that's it.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the board? Seeing no one, we move on to proposal 87. Staff?
Chairman Wood, for the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 87 would establish the definition of an eel stick.
This is another department proposal. Does the department have any new information they wish to share with us? Hearing none, go to the public. You do have some? Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for the record, my name's Alita Trainer. I'm the Regional Program Manager for the Subsistence Division. I just wanted to note that at the last AYK cycle, the Tribal Council of New Lotto, which is shortly downstream from Kayakuk, put in a very similar proposal to bring this allowable gear. I am sorry, I am speaking on the wrong proposal.
We'll pretend like we didn't hear.
Yeah,
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, that took me down a notch. Thank you all.
Anyone in the public wish to address the board on proposal 87? New information. Seeing no one, we move on to proposal 88. Oh, okay. Come forward, Ms. Shepherd.
Madam Chair, Stanislaus Shepherd, Mountain Village, Lower Yukon. There was a lot of confusion on this eel stick. After so many years, department wanted to put it into lawful gear, whereas they made the dip net legal gear to harvest eels. Now, my question is to the department, are we going to be restricted to the length and number of?
Mr. Shepherd, this is not the opportunity to address questions to the department. If you have new data, that's what we're looking for.
Yes, I would highly suggest that the board would look at it if it adopted as a legal gear, no restrictions put on it.
Okay.
Length. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience that I overlooked? And I apologize, Mr. Shepherd, I just didn't see your hand. Seeing no one, we move on to proposal 88. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 88 would repeal and replace Yukon area commercial salmon fishing gear specifications.
Department have any new information? Seeing none, we move on to the public. Any new information? I see the hand, I don't see who it is. Come on up, Gene.
Gene Sandone, Yukon Delta. I'd like to direct your attention to RC 34. And I worked with ADF&G staff on this. And what it does is it puts in section C, the bold and underlined language is new language. It adds all the legal gear under C for commercial fisheries. It adds 7 1/2 inch or smaller mesh, 5 1/2 inch or smaller mesh, or 4 3/4 inch small and mesh. The 7 1/2 inch is for a directed king salmon fishery, 6 inches for a directed summer chum salmon fishery. The 5 1/2 or smaller is for a directed summer chum salmon with king conservation, and the 4 3/4 inches for a directed pink salmon fishery that are already in regulation.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public wish to address the board? Seeing here no one, we move on to proposal 89. Staff?
Chairman Wood, for the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 89 would modify the Yukon area commercial dip net gear operations in the commercial fishery to include a single rigid handle with a single line attached.
So the department is the proposer. Any new information from the department? Seeing none, we move on to the public. Anyone wish to address the board with new information on proposal 89? Come forward, Gene.
The dip nets are used for commercial as well as subsistence fishing. It's a very inefficient gear type. compared to a gill net or a purse seine or anything like that. And the way they operate, I wish there was somebody who had dip net experience here to speak to this, but nobody came up. So I figured I would tell you how they use it. One fisherman can use 4 dip nets out of a boat. And what they do is they tie a rope onto the handle and they throw them out of the boat. And when and I say it's inefficient, they're not going to get 4 dip nets banging away at one time. So when one dip net catches a fish, you can see the line jiggling and you attend to that dip net. It's the way they can more efficiently operate a dip net than like on the Kenai where you're actually holding the handle and drifting downstream. Here they're just using the ropes, and it definitely helps their efficiency in a very inefficient fishery. Thank you.
Any board questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman Wood. Just a question. So when they're dropping these dip nets over the side, deploying more than one at a time, up to 4 with the line, is the reason that they want to get to a greater depth to target a specific species, or is the reason that they're hanging them over the side is so they can operate more than 1 at a time?
It's the latter, sir.
All right.
They're not trying to catch kings with them. They have to release kings anyway. So they're basically near shore, and that's the way they operated. One person can operate 4 dip nets this way. Makes the inefficient fishery just a little bit more efficient.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Thank you, sir. Mr. Shepherd?
For the record, Madam Chair, my name's Stanislaus Shepherd, again from the Lower Yukon Mountain Village. When the dip nets came around, everybody was against that because, number one, they didn't know how to use it. And then soon after finding out how to use it, the hoop, the handle connected to the hoop on the dip net, it was average 8 feet. And with our nowadays technology, we have this fish finder, and it shows us the depth to the bottom. It would show fish. Majority of the fish would be between 12 to 18 feet. You know, you go too deep or you'd have trouble. When that sort of technique was, you know, word goes really fast when they're doing subsistence and commercial. This is a better way. You add rope and you throw your dip net down. When it starts touching the bottom, say about 12 feet, you tie it onto your boat, then you can do the same thing with the other 3 dip nets. And when you pull it up, you know there's fish in there. You get to the handle, before you pull it all the way up, it'll show you what kind of fish in there. If you see a king, without taking it out, you just turn around and release the king. Then if it's chum or fall chum coho, you just lift it up into the boat. That would, in the past, I've seen some people, and it was brought up in discussions, I heard it, I probably wanted to see that video. Some of the dip net people removed the handle and tied a rope onto the hoop and throw it out. That giving them no ability to see what kind of fish is in the net before it comes in the boat. So I think I understand the regulations connected onto the dip net without removing the pole and just tying it at the end. So that's kind of like, if I kind of made it a little clear as to how we use the dip net. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think you bailed Mr. Sandone out, having somebody with experience. Any questions from the board members? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public wish to bring new information to the board? Come forward, sir.
Good morning, my name is Speedy Sam. My concern about what the technique is, to me, it look at me just like what trawling does. They drag on the bottom of the ocean, and that's what my concern is. And you know what, it gets all kinds of species, but that's my concern though.
Mr. Carpenter has a question of you.
Thank you, Chairman. My question for you is when they're fishing like this, are they anchoring their boat in a very specific location and targeting fish that way, or are they drifting in the river?
I have no idea how they, like the gentleman just spoke. I'm from Kuskokwim River, so.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public?
I might add that,
Staff?
for the record, this is Dina John, the Yukon River Summer Season Manager. Typically, folks who are fishing with a dip net are drifting. They can, of course, choose to anchor their boat if they do need to. And this method of dip netting also allows fishermen who maybe operated a drift net previously with just 1 or 2 crew member to continue doing that for their commercial fishing operation. They can have those 1 or 2 crew members tend to the 4 dip nets. It can be a little less taxing on the crew than having to have 4 people and haul up dip nets with a handle all the time when they're doing their commercial fishing.
Any questions? Thank you. Mr. Simon?
Thank you very much. For the record, Jim Simon. These are just my personal comments. Upon seeing the video of this ongoing activity that is now being attempted to be legalized by the Department, Division of Commercial Fisheries, I found it alarming, and I think this proposal, there are no harvestable surpluses of salmon in the Yukon River, and I think this is maybe a proposal worthy of consideration when we're actually meeting escapement goals and there's a harvestable surplus. But why are we trying to further commercial fisheries when there are 0 subsistence fishing opportunities? I think in 3 years now, I hope to see this proposal before the board again, because we have abundant harvestable surpluses with a surplus above amounts necessary for subsistence to provide for commercial opportunities. The video that I saw, the definition in statewide legal gear of a dip net requires a handle. What's being attempted to be authorized now does not include a handle. And the way, if you look at that video that the department has provided from the YouTube, you can see those fish being beat up against the side of the boat as they're being brought up. I appreciate Stanislaus' comments about there should be a handle, in order to be able to perhaps more have a more friendly technique to release Chinook salmon. But this proposal is the wrong proposal at the wrong time. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Simon? Thank you, sir. Please come forward.
For the record, Patricia McDonald. My concern is also with dragging on the bottom. I'm wondering about, since we're not meeting the escapement goals, are we damaging the breeding grounds along the Yukon? And so I think we should think about that as well when we're considering this proposal. Now is not the time. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. McDonald? Thank you, ma'am.
Through the chair, Board Member Wood, this is Chuck Brazil for the record. I'm the AYK Regional Management Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. I'd like to add a little additional information to this. In the proposal submitted by the department, it clearly states that a dip net will have a handle with a line attached to it. And one of the things Mr. Simon brought up, why would we consider implementing this on the books when currently there isn't a surplus available for commercial harvest? I think it's prudent that the board consider future commercial fisheries, and not having this on the books when a surplus is available could forego economic benefits to the public when commercial fisheries are available. So if we have to take this up in 3 years, and there's surpluses available, say, next year or the year after,
You're
we
getting
won't be able to
dangerously,
implement
you're
a
getting
fishery.
dangerously close to the deliberation, sir.
All right.
I'll ask you a question, Chuck. It does say a single rigid handle, but is a rigid handle 6 inches? Is it, 8 feet? It's not defined, is it?
It's not defined, so it could be a handle that is at the option of whoever is implementing the gear.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Shepherd, you wish to come up forward with some additional new information?
Yes, for the record, Stanislaus Shepherd from the Lower Yukon. The Yukon River bottom, the bed, the main channels, the sides, sandbars, there's no vegetation, it's mud. It's not like the ocean out there. It may be mossy in some parts, moss. And when dipneters run into, they let their dipnet down with the rope, and when he touches the bottom, they pull it up a little bit to where it's not dragging. But still, anyway, some of them, they got moss, so they move away from that area and find mud on the bottom of the river alongside sandbars. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Any questions of Mr. Shepherd? Thank you, sir. Come forward.
Tom Crisco, just from Kuskokwim. Anyway, I kind of, this proposal, it really kind of gets me. I don't have anything against anyone, anywhere along the river, but as well, I mean, like we're saying, we're trying to get the escapements back on our grounds, which is not going to happen. I would like the department to define dipnet. What is a dipnet? As as we were growing up as kids, a dipnet was with a handle, probably within anywhere 8 to 9 feet long, and you dip up waiting for the fish like that, and then you pull the dipnet out of the water. But once you start adding throw-in line, like it's a throw net, what the heck is a throw net? It don't matter if it has a handle on there. If you're going to throw a dipnet down in the water, a lot of people are pretty smart nowadays to fabricate things for their, for their, anyway, for the benefit. And even though it has a handle on there, you start pulling this thing up, and no matter if it had a handle on it, whether or not it had a handle on it, and you pull it up and check see if it's a salmon, it's still, to me, that's not a dipnet. It's like trawling. Similar things. You start scraping bottom, and who's to say that they're going down 18 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet? I just heard some things that they have all kinds of fish finders, and they're finding the fish. So you hit that dead smack, you are going to catch fish. And I don't like the idea of fish being caught below the maybe 10, 14 feet, the only part we can fish, to let the escapement go by into Canada. And just to make things less worse is I'd rather have the department or whoever designed these dipnets define a dipnet before this decision is made. Okay, thank you.
Any questions from board members? I have a question, staff. Do you have a definition for dipnet?
Yes, Mr. Wood, through the chair. In our summer chum salmon management plan, the commercial use of dipnets is for districts 1 through 3, and the specifications including the dimensions for a circular net frame, rectangular net frame, type of mesh, and bagginess of web is defined in that commercial regulation in the summer chum salmon management plan.
Thank you. Come forward, sir. Commissioner, do you want to be recognized? Okay. Come forward.
Morning, Ivan Dementov, subsistence commercial fisherman dip nets. Pretty basic. Dip your net down, pull it up, release the kings. Release the fish you're not targeting. You know, climate change. Our fishing holes are now 6 to 12 feet deeper on the Yukon River, rather depending on what we're fishing. So, we talk about advocating for our areas and the way we adjust to the climate and the fishing. You know, it really hurts me that I see a lot of things going on that some of us are just asking for a simple change to the fishery to help our well-being, especially the way things are going. I just want to point that out, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public wish to address the board? Come forward, please.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Stanley Pete from Nunamiko. If the board decides to remove dip nets, that removes a tool that the department has to have a tool for conservation. I know a lot of commercial fishermen will not go out to utilize a dip net. It's very ineffective. It's a 5-foot diameter hoop. If you took away that tool, the department would be left with the only other option, a drift net. And a drift net, we all know, is 150 feet or longer with a depth that is I think it's 45 mesh deep, but we're just talking about a 5-foot diameter hoop versus a net that can sometimes be 300 feet long and 45 meshes deep, which that has a greater impact on the amount of fish that's going through the river. So you're taking a little 5-foot diameter hoop, a net, and if you take away that tool to utilize for conservation from the department, they're left with the only option of, well, we'll let these guys utilize a drift net instead of a hoop. And, you know, I know many people that will not participate commercially in this dip net fishery because it's very ineffective. You know, I tried it. I wouldn't do it. It's in my part of the river, almost nobody utilizes it because I'm on the coastline. It's not that it's not that it would affect me, it would affect some people in these times where inflation is so high, where a gallon of milk nears $35, it's some forms of income. So with that, thank you.
You have a question from a board member, Ms. Steinbach?
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I'm struggling to understand what kind of mesh has been very common in dip nets. I'm not struggling at all with the depth issue on all this kind of stuff, but what kind of web are you using in a dip net?
4-inch. So it's not being utilized as a gill net. You know, it's a small diameter to release the Chinook.
I understand that. I've spent my entire life with gillnet web. Where I'm really struggling is I'm not much of a believer that 4-inch mesh fished loosely anywhere is a very intellectually supported way to be able to release fish. I see so much damage. I'm wondering about the potential of having much bigger web, like seine web in dip nets, if there's a way to go. I'm struggling with the concept of releasing king salmon. I don't care what size mesh is being used. But have you tried the bigger mesh and whether or not using a dip net with with just drop down might give you a chance to pick up a net quicker and stuff and get a king out of there that was not tangled in monofilament or multi-strand gill net.
I'll do my best to answer. Well, the dip nets are being modified. Instead of having a dip net that goes 6 feet back, you have a dip net that goes only maybe 4 feet back, so you eliminate the problem of tangling. Because if you have a dip net, a 5-foot diameter hoop, and if it stretches 5, 6 feet back, that fish is going to go in circles. But if you have a dip net and you shorten it, there's less room for that fish to create itself in a big ball. It reduces the amount of time you have the fish in the hoop because, I've seen where the goal is to get them and get them out as fast as possible.
Thank you. I understand the distinction between that. It's a miniature gill net for all practical purposes, what we're doing. So the standardization of how many meshes can be used, I mean, I don't even know what the practice is of how much loose web is being employed in dip nets. I mean, we see a lot of different stuff, but that part of this discussion is really interesting to me, minimizing the ability of a fish to get tangled. Thank you very much.
Do you have any other questions? Okay. Board members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Yes, Commissioner. Mr. Veet? Mr. Veet, Commissioner has a question of you.
Yes, so this is Doug Vincent, Commissioner of Fish and Game. So the department submitted this proposal because we have a new innovative way of fishing dip nets in this area for commercial fishing. It's not that we want to eliminate dip nets as an opportunity to selectively harvest fish in that river. We clearly want to do that. The question is do we want to allow this new innovative way of fishing this gear type to be allowed in the river? I guess what I'm asking you is, are you employing this new innovative way where a rope is attached to a dip net, thrown over the side of a boat, and then retrieved with that rope and then with the handle brought into the boat? Is that a practice that you think is that you have experience with and has value as a commercial fishery moving forward?
Me personally, I tried it. It's a slow process. It's too slow of a process for myself to be utilized commercially. But some people will utilize that to have some kind of income. For me, that method is just too slow for myself because I reside on the mouth where it's shallower. It's not on I live a little bit off the main stem Yukon, but in my area of the river, I'm on the south mouth, it's shallower. But say around Mountain Village, where the river is one river, the depths are deeper. And apparently, from my understanding, the farther the salmon get up the river, they want to swim lower because of these new climate trends where the cooler water's farther down.
Thank you. That answers my question. Appreciate it.
Any other board questions? Thank you, sir. Do you wish to testify, gentleman in red shirt? Yeah, please come forward.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Directors, Board. Speaking on this dip net.
Your name?
Selby Edmund Alaknak. It is very inefficient. It doesn't produce what you need to do with it. Honestly, when it first was implemented some years back, my wife and I, we are commercial fishermen. We are also subsistence fishermen. We used it only once. Our dip nets that we have two are sitting on our connexes, and they've never been taken down. As Mr. Pete stated, it is really slow. I don't have the time to go out there and sit there, so I'd rather go out there and try to find a job where I can provide for my family. There's been many times where I had to cut my arm off because of an inability to go out there and subsistence fish. Commercial fishing, I won't do it. it's just too much work for me. I'm 55. My wife is about that age too, and I can't see doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Smart decision not to divulge your wife's age. Thank you, sir. Do you wish to testify, sir? Standing up in the back, come forward.
My name is Francis Thompson from the community of St. Mary's. And speaking on this proposal, adding a line to our dip nets, like I'm in favor of adding lines to our dip nets. When the period first opens, the chum are up close to the beach. So we have an opportunity, if you have a long enough metal handle that we use to handle. And as the period goes on, with the traffic of the boats along the beach, the fish move out to deeper water. And, and if we need to move out to where they're at, and using the 8-foot handle, we can't reach them when they're down 20 feet. So adding the line to the dip net handle, that's what we do already. And I'm hoping that the language be put in there that it's legal to add rope to the dip net handle.
Thank you. Any board questions? Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to testify? Come forward, sir, in the blue shirt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Max Tegier from Mulanak. At one time, when we fished for king salmon, that some of the families, that would be their only income for the whole year. And then when the king salmon crashed, the chums could not meet their needs. So some of these fishermen, they're out there on the river with either a 16 or 18-foot lund boat, and the rest are in 22 to 24-foot aluminum skiffs. And it's more feasible for a fisherman, a permit holder, to fish alone so that he or she can keep all the income instead of paying it to his or her crew members. Because the permit holder can throw four of these dip nets with lines and watts and go around. And like Stanislaus Seppert mentioned, that you can see what you're pulling up. If it's a king, you just flip it and let the dip net back down. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Hombuck has a question of you, sir.
Thank you very much. So you're describing a dip net that's pretty much a solid face along it, just like the previous testifier said. There's really not a lot of depth to the mesh and through behind the hoop.
Well, it depends on the fisher. There's some that stay in the shallows and that have a crew that can hang on to the dip net handle, and there's some that would rather be away from all the boats that are along the shore and want to go out in the deep.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public? Gene? We're going to try and wind this down, so if you have some brand-new information, let's have it forward. But
Gene Sando in Yukon Delta, just 2 points I'd like to make. First off, these nets are also used for subsistence when there's a lack of kings in the river and they're targeting chum salmon. And also, there are very few kings caught and released. The department has that information on the numbers of kings released, and I think it might be helpful if you looked at that.
any questions from the board? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public wish to testify? Anyone else? If not, that concludes Group 4. Before turning it back to the chair, I want to thank you folks. You did stick to the requirements of new information, and that's very much appreciated, and you did stick to the front of the room, and that was also appreciated. Madam Chair, turn the gavel back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood, appreciate that. Let's go ahead and take about a 30-minute break, and then we'll come back for Committee of the Whole Group 5. So see you back at about 10:30.
Got through that quicker than I thought we would. Oh.
Testing, testing.
All right, welcome back. Time is 10:37. We're back on the record, and we'll go ahead and continue and begin with Committee of the Whole Group 5, Kuskokwim Subsistence, Commercial, and Sport Fisheries. There are 8 proposals in this group, and I will turn it over to Chair Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And before we start, the rules are the same as they were in the last Committee of the Whole. And with that, we'll get going, and we'll start with Proposal 90, staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Ross Rennick, and I'm the Assistant Area Management Biologist for the Kuskokwim area. And with me, I have Nick Smith, the Commercial and Subsistence Kuskokwim Area Management Biologist, John Chythluk, the Kuskokwim Area Sport Fish Manager, and Alita Trainer, the Northern Region Program Manager for Subsistence Division. Proposal 90. This would establish a household Kuskokwim River Tier 2 subsistence king salmon fishery for fish greater than 20 inches in length between June 12th and June 24th during times of king salmon conservation.
Okay, thank you. And I'm looking for comments or questions from the board or comments from the public. That's an author present. Seeing no one. Anybody else want to make a comment on this particular proposal? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to 91. Oh, Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Member Jensen. Yes, I just wanted to, for the record, my name is Jim Simon. I'm a consultant with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and I just wanted to bring to your attention that the Executive Council of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission did not meet the December 30th deadline, but there is a record copy with their positions on proposals, and I'm trying to find it on the RC list. If anyone else happens to know that, please. RC 20, thank you very much. And they were opposed to Proposal 90. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any further comments on Proposal 90? Seeing none, let's move on to Proposal number 91, please.
Mr. Chair, Ross Rennick. Proposal 91 would establish alternative fishing methods that could be used during times of chum, sockeye, or coho salmon conservation, aligning methods used to conserve king salmon with all other Kuskokwim River salmon species. And this proposal was submitted by the department.
Thank you, Ross. Mr. Simon.
Yeah, thank you for the record. My name is Jim Simon. The Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission supports this proposal. And on behalf of Dena'ina Chiefs Conference, who I'm also a consultant for, we all support this proposal. And there was a letter written by the Dena'ina Chiefs Conference this past season asking for some emergency measures or to provide this kind of flexibility, given the extensive complete closure of subsistence fishing for salmon and non-salmon that the upper river faced this past season because of the coho returns. And it's our understanding that passage of Proposal 91 will give the appropriate conservation management tools to be able to provide limited selective gear and opportunities for non-salmon uses should the co-return continue to be problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions for Jim? Okay, see none. Barbara.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Carlson. I'm from the Kuskokwim. I'd like to speak specifically to the part of this proposal that is looking at fish wheels. I've operated a fish wheel now with my husband on the Kuskokwim for a number of years, and I specifically appreciate that they have kept the use of the live box and standardized the number of hours for which it needs to be checked between both kings and chums, so it's the same across the board. I cannot imagine, with as slow as the catch is on the Kuskokwim, having to sit out on that fish wheel and monitor it every hour that it was running. A live box seems to work really well for us, and I appreciate that that was still being used for the Cusco. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there questions for Ms. Carlson? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
This is not a question for the person talking. If she was, is board allowed to make a comment now? It do.
As long as it's not deliberative, we can
Huh?
save that. As long as it's not deliberative, we can save that for deliberations.
No, it's just about an RC. I'd just like to say
Okay.
that on this subject, I submitted an RC 041 to provide information to Kuskokwim managers and this board about the use of live boxes in a catch and release situation. There are a number of situations that may be different in the Kuskokwim due to less travel time for the fish after release. And it's just information. And I don't just want to say that I.
Thank you for providing that. Your next name? Push the button.
Denny Thomas from Crooked, and, you know, we did support this, just, you know, changing up the gear to allow us to keep going more. It's, bear with me, I'm a little nervous here, but yeah, I did like the idea about the live boxes myself too, and I just want you to know a lot of people out there are supporting it. And if we have to change the gear, maybe for whatever we got to do to keep more fish coming in, we'll do that, but thank you.
I have a quick question for you, Dan. Are you on an AC up that way?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Which AC are you on?
Kuskokwim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I thought that's where you're from. Thank you. Any further comments? I don't see any more board members. Seeing none, we'll move on to 92.
Proposal 92. This proposal would eliminate exact subsistence closure times during and surrounding a commercial fishing period in District 4 and 5 of Kuskokwim Bay, aligning regulations with those currently used in the Kuskokwim River, and this proposal was also submitted by the department.
Thank you. Board members or public, you guys made this one, so you already spoke to it. Anybody have any comments out in the audience on this one? Board members? Seeing none, we'll go to 93.
Proposal 93 would close the Buckstock River to all fishing approximately 1.5 miles upstream from its confluence with the Antioch River between June 14th and September 1st.
Thank you. Comments from the public?
Yeah, Denny Thomas again. Remember, we voted to go ahead and go with that when you get upstream on the Buckstock, and while I don't personally go down there often, you know, the other board members that live right around there, the water is really shallow up in there, and it's a pretty good spot for chums. And our thinking was that if we just shut it all down, then people wouldn't have so much of a reason to go up that far to where the spawning beds and stuff are. You know, so if we shut it down to everybody, maybe traffic could be less and stuff. But thank you.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Seeing none, state your name.
Hi, my name is Ludi Gericka. I am from Antioch, owner of Antioch River Lodge. I have some new information here that I didn't have when I spoke to you the other day. The first one is particular to the flows on the Buckstock River. At the time of publishing the comments I did, and when the proposal was drawn, the documentation on flows on the Buckstock were not complete. The documentation we got went up to, I think, the 9th month of 21. However, there was an indication that the flows have increased dramatically since then. The second thing is that if you look, particularly based on the evidence that was led at the public forum here, it seems I mean, you look at the proposals regarding sinking of the nets because of the amount of debris coming down, it seems that there's a general consensus that with climate change, the flows are definitely up. As a consequence, we don't have real data, real-time data right now to say that that is the case, but there is a consensus that the flows are definitely up. The third point on that is that last year, there is no data available at the moment, but from last year's data that we see, just general observation, the flows were definitely up. So the basis of the opposition in this proposal is based on the low flows in that river. And right now, if you look at this evidence we have here, it says the flows have definitely increased. The second point I'd like to make is during the public testimony, one of the members here said that they would support the local committee, even though they didn't know much about it. And if I look at that, it seems that, you know, despite the two documents that I put in PC7 and RC21, maybe I didn't do sufficient amount of work on that to give all the evidence that is available to support our opposition to it. So as a result, I'm here today to answer any questions that might not have been answered in those two documents.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your earlier, sir? Your earlier comments, written comments, were most helpful in describing what you and your guides have experienced and what practices you've implemented in trying to protect the river. Your most recent discussion about flows being bigger or higher than they had been previously it's a double-edged sword, is it not? Because yes, it'll raise the level, so perhaps the damage won't be quite as observable, but won't it attract more boat traffic at the same time? Because people that would have avoided that river because of its shallowness will now be coming to it?
You know, I've been on that river for 22 years, going on 22 years now. And the amount of traffic on that river is, we make up 99% of the traffic on that river, one boat a day when the flows are sufficient. The fact that the flows will go up and then maybe there will be some more access to it, it's highly likely irrelevant because there's so little sport fishing done up there, and there is definitely no subsistence fishing on the buckstock. I've never seen a single subsistence fisherman up on there. You know, prior to the implementation of catch and release on rainbows, there was a certain amount of traffic on the buckstock. Most of those fish were actually caught as dog food. And then during the winter, it was a known area to fish through the ice to catch food for feeding dogs. So much so that under pressure, Fish and Game actually instituted catch and release in that area. So I don't see the fact that the water levels will go up. And in fact, if the water levels were to double where they are right now, the type of vessels that are generally used, especially prop boats, will still not be able to get up there. So I don't think it really has a bearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Court.
So one boat a day, sir. Hi. Are you doing catch and release? How many clients are you typically transporting? Are you fishing from the boat, from the bank? Tell me a little bit about your operation or what the trips you're selling.
So essentially, we have one boat that goes. We have 8 boats that are in the whole drainage. So we cover most probably about on any single day, we cover over 100 miles of water. The buckstock itself has become, there's a tradition amongst the people that come up there to go up on the buckstock because it's a very unique fishery in the area in the sense that it runs clear. And there is a technique that we use up there which we've become famous for now, and it's called mousing. And what we do is we fish primarily for rainbows, some char, some grading, some dollies. And we use a topwater fly, and it's a mouse pattern. And it's really, there's a number of videos on YouTube that will actually show how this works. And they're appropriately called Mighty Mouse Alaska, and it was shot on the buckstock. So we have a lot of drive for people coming that want to go. But we recognize that it's a sensitive area. So what we've done is we've gone with a smaller boat, number one, smaller than most of the crafts in the area. We've gone with a limited horsepower. We've gone down to a 40 jet, so it's a 60 horsepower 40 jet. The boat goes really slowly. We have a dedicated guide that stays there. He doesn't guide anywhere else. He only guides on the buckstock. And he knows exactly how to get up there. Once we get to the top of where we're going to go as far as the flow will allow us, we turn the motor off and we drift down. When they drift, the buckstock is such that you can't necessarily wade in the buckstock everywhere, but there's a lot of bear tracks and animal tracks that run parallel to it. So where we can, people would get out and walk along the tracks. Our guides do not allow them to wade in the reds at all, ever. So, you know, the amount of impact we have up. In fact, last year what happened, we went up the buck and we had a new guide come up there, and he came back with the proposition. He said, why don't we do this? You know, even though everybody wants to go up the buckstock, we've already limited to one boat a day, okay? We're going to take 2 people up, but we're only going to fish with 1 rod. So you have 2 people in the boat, but they fish one at a time. The reason is because the guide is busy manipulating the boat using oars and paddles, so he goes down so as not to do any damage, and he needs to know exactly where he's going. So it was the first year that we'd done it, and he said that, you know, his ability then not to have to worry about, you know, netting a fish, releasing the fish for 1 person is much easier than 2. So it was definitely a success. I thought that we would see a lot of resistance on the part of the clients that come there to go and see the buckstock, because it's a magnificent river. There is no other part of the Antioch drainage that looks anything like it. There are parts, but they're inaccessible. So it's part and parcel of this trip going up there. We thought that this resistance we would get would be from the fact that the people wouldn't be allowed to fish. They would effectively only get to fish half of the time. But you know, we got to the end of the season, it was a successful season, and we've had no resistance. People simply want to go up there as well.
Thank you. Further questions, board members? So none, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on this one? Okay, let's go to 94.
Mr. Chair, John Scheiflich with Sportfish Division. This proposal 94, would close sport fishing for chum salmon in the Connecticut River to non-residents from June 1 through July 15th.
Thank you. Any comments on this proposal from the public? Please.
Thank you. So, Huacan, hello, my name is Jackie Cleveland, and my Yupik name is Nali Gutach. I'm a lifelong subsistence gatherer from Quinhag, and I'm here on behalf of the native village of Quinhag regarding Proposal 94. The tribe had submitted a public comment, PC 17, to amend the dates that were published to read as close sport fishing for chum salmon to non-residents in the Connecticut River from June 1 to June 30 as follows. Sport fishing for chum salmon by non-residents is closed from June 1 to June 30. So NVK, which is Native Village of Quinhag, had originally submitted the proposal with these dates. But I believe the mix-up happened because we submitted 2 proposals, one with the dates of June 1 to June 30, which is 94, and another with the dates of June 1 to July 15. And out of the 2 submitted, just Proposal 94 was published with the dates intended for the other proposal, if that makes sense. And as we have seen in an earlier report about the Connecticut River and District W4, which is our bay, We have not had consistent data since 2014 because of our once co-managed weir stopped operating in 2015 due to the loss of funding on the state side. And since then, there has been some aerial surveys done, but even those are also not consistent with the dates due to weather. For instance, one year they were done in June, and the next year they were done at the end of July, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. The commercial and sport fisheries, though, were able to provide some numbers which indicated poor chum runs all across the board for 2021 and 2022. For us local subsistence users who live in Quinhag year-round, we are the most affected by what could be the next chum crash within our region, since the pattern shows a north to south trickle effect of chum crashes, which means we could be next. And I wanted to point out some language under the staff comments background information of this proposal. It says, neither subsistence fishing nor sport fishing on the Kuskokwim River have been restricted as of 2020. And that may be true for in-river and for the sport fishery, but tribal residents are the ones that came up with restricting ourselves to the 6-inch mesh nets and no subsistence fishing one day out of the week in our bay. On the Kuskokwim, there are 4 sport fish outfits, which doesn't include private operations. The sport fishery doesn't harvest much because they mostly catch and release their fish. But our residents are concerned of the mortality rate of any fish caught and released on the Kuskokwim. And local observers say more and more dead fish are on gravel bars along the river due to their inability to survive after such injuries and the loss of their protective layers. Except for 1 year in 2020, when we didn't have a sport fishery, which local observers say there was much less dead fish along the bars. And we may have some of the most abundant numbers of sockeye in the world, but it shouldn't be an open invite to the world when considering our other species are dying off. And I believe we all need each other for a thriving ecosystem. And in the meantime, all fisheries are fishing blindly in a time of conservation surrounding our river. And we want to be proactive rather than reactive, and we want your help with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Mike, go ahead first, and then we'll come around the table.
Thank you for your testimony. Can I ask you for a personal assessment of how much non-resident sport fishing for chum is currently going on there?
How much non-resident?
How much effort would you say is from non-resident sport fishing for chums? And compare that to what you would call residential sport fishing for chums.
There's not much resident sport fishing to begin with. It's mostly all non-resident sport fishing on our river. But they are mostly, like the report or the comment said, that they're mostly targeting rainbows and other species, and that chum are secondary. But chum do run with the kings, which are targeted in the deeper waters, and can't really avoid catching them when fishing for kings.
Thank you for that. So I guess I'm hearing from you that it would be your preference in Quinhag for sport fishing for chums, if we could just eliminate that one part, but it's really kind of hard to separate it.
It is, and we initially wanted to include both species, but as the report says, king, we did meet our king goal on the lower end. So we decided to just focus on the species that was not doing good.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mart, did you have?
Yeah, just a quick question. I think I heard you say, you said there was 4 sport fish outfits up there, but they didn't include private operations?
So there's the outfits, and then there's the, I think, the day users or the private ones that come on their own and camp.
Thank you. I just had a question about the dates, and I just want to make sure I get it clear. You want the dates to read in Proposal 94 from June 1st to June 30th?
Yes.
And what's the rationale around that June 30th date?
Well, the tribal council as a whole came up with that, and we kind of want to meet halfway with them too, and not take out the whole sport fishery and their living for the year. And we would have wanted July 15 as well, but we kind of scaled back to give them some opportunity as well, at the same time allowing for the month of June for more escapement.
Yep, additional question.
Well,
Thanks, and I just had one other question, and that is, are the local residents feel like they're having a bit of an impact from the non-resident pressure on stocks that seem to be struggling and concerned about the struggle of future stocks?
Yes. There's always concern. There's always been concern from local residents about the sport fishery in general. It's a small and delicate river, and we're going through a lot of crazy erosion right now. And to name one.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
thank you. Further questions?
Is that it?
Do you have a question, George?
I have additional information that's parallel to this conversation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, we'll take that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did receive a special action request from the village of Queethluck earlier in December. It was a resubmission from the same proposal that, or special action that was submitted the previous year, I believe. That special action is asking for the Federal Subsistence Board to limit the harvest of chum and Chinook salmon on the Kuskokwim River in June 2023. Right now, it is out for analysis. That's what I have for you at this time, but it's a parallel situation requested by the Federal Subsistence Board to restrict the to federally qualified only. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. Further questions, Mr. Wood?
George, the restriction, that the subject matter, that was resident versus non-resident as well?
That would be federally qualified versus non-federally qualified, so local rural residents versus
Thank you.
others. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Jim, do you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you. You might want to seek clarification from Mr. Pappas if he said the native village of Queethluck, and I'm wondering if he meant the native village of Quinnahock.
Gravely apologize. Apologize, Dr. Simon.
Yeah, and so for the record, Jim Simon, I'm a consultant with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. The Executive Council supported this proposal as submitted with the dates of June 1 to July 15th, while and I'm confident that they would support the true intent of the native village of Quinnahock with the dates of June 1 to June 30th. While the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission is generally focused its cooperative management efforts with the Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge on the main stem and tributaries in federal waters of the Kuskokwim River, the native village of Quinnahock is a member of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and the commission supports the native village of Quinnahock's efforts to conserve chum salmon and ensure subsistence priorities, especially given the loss of effective, robust assessment programs due to the lack of funding by the state of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for Jim? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Further comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to 95, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Ross Rennick with the department. Proposal 95 would direct the department to not provide subsistence set gillnet fishing periods prior to June 12th, when a federal special action or emergency special action is in effect and when the projected escapement of Kuskokwim River king salmon is within the drainage-wide escapement goal.
Thank you. Comments? Danny?
Yeah, Denny Thomas here again. With this particular one here, especially before June 12th and being upriver, we usually don't see that many salmon anyway by the 12th of June. You're lucky to just get an odd one or two. And this would kind of hurt our ability to do the sheefish and whitefish that we traditionally do in the spring. It's a really big part of what we eat before the king salmon and the other salmon show up. And before June 12th, you might get an odd few salmon once in a while. But up there, you're not going to be catching enough to even worry about it, you know, especially with our population being so much smaller upriver. And I definitely oppose this one for that reason, you know, because we're targeting other species other than salmon at that particular point in time. But thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Danny? Okay, seeing none. Thanks for your testimony. Anybody else? Jim?
Yeah, for the record, Jim Simon, I'm a consultant with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission who submitted this proposal. It's unfortunate that the language was not clearly specific as the department has explained this proposal to others. It is, you know, has been represented that this would also affect state management in state waters, and that was never the intent of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. Their cooperative management relationship and memorandum of understanding with the Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge is limited to federal waters within and adjacent to that conservation unit. So the intent of proposals 95 and 96 were never to affect state management authority in state waters. The issue is that there have been, when ANILCA has restricted the opportunities to federally qualified rural residents and or closed federal waters to any fishing activity for the basis of conservation, the state of Alaska has opened fishing opportunities throughout the river, including federal waters, during special action and federal closure, and has opened fishing opportunities to all Alaskan residents in the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission's perspective in violation of Katie John and ANILCA Title VIII. So these comments will also pertain to proposals 96. The Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission Executive Council supports these regulatory changes to ensure that public users of federal waters are not confused by actions of the Department of Fish and Game in federal waters during federal subsistence fisheries management of federal waters pursuant to ANILCA Title VIII. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Jim? Seeing none. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll go to proposal number 96, please.
Proposal 96. This would direct the department to not provide directed subsistence king salmon fishing periods in the Kuskokwim River after June 11th, when a federal special action or emergency special action is in effect, and when the projected escapement of Kuskokwim River king salmon is within the drainage-wide escapement goal.
Thank you. Comments on this one?
Yeah, I kind of did have a comment. The way I'm understanding it, if, now that's Alaska Fish and Game would not provide directed king salmon fishing periods after June 11th when the escapement was within range. I'm just kind of wondering why, if it's within range, would we at least not be able to get some, especially upriver, you know? I'm just wondering what the, maybe I'm just having a little trouble understanding this.
Danny, this is a time to provide comments, not ask questions for the department. Oh, yeah, put your name on the record, please.
All right.
Danny, would you put your name on the record?
Denny Thomas here,
Okay.
yeah. I was just having a little trouble with this one.
Yeah, my suggestion would be, you know, maybe step up to a fish and game official or one of the staff members and ask them that question. That'd be the best way to do it, off record. Any other comments on this proposal? Okay, seeing none, let's go to 97.
Proposal 97. This proposal would establish times when a commercial gill net permit holder in the Kuskokwim area may use dip net and beach seine gear to commercially harvest salmon. And further, this proposal would provide a clear definition of commonly used dip net operational methods for both commercial and subsistence purposes.
Thank you. Comments from the public? Jim, and then, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. For the record, Jim Simon. I'm a consultant with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. After extensive discussion among the Executive Council of the Commission, they are opposed to this proposal. In short, the Fish Commission determined that commercial fishing should not be allowed during these unprecedented times that we are trying to sustain our salmon. Just because there may be one abundant species, in this case sockeye, does not mean that we should sacrifice possible risks to other salmon species experience conservation concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for Jim? Seeing none. Thank you, Jim.
Barbara Carlson from the Shack AC. I had previously expressed that we had opposed this, not because of the definition. We really liked the fact that the definition of a dip net could get on the record and become part of regulation, but because of potentially setting up another commercial fishing activity. And my biggest concern is that we have an ANS set for specific species, which makes perfect sense when we're able to fish on all 4 species of salmon. But we may have a number of reds coming into the river that makes it look like we have a surplus. But if we're not meeting ANS on coho, chum, or chinook, definitely our need and our ANS for reds would be much higher than the ANS that is on record. So it could make it appear that we have plenty of fish to fish for, but we may definitely not to meet the needs of the people on the river.
Thank you. Any questions for Barbara? Seeing none. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick Smith with the department. New information in addition to our department comments. So in 2021, a commissioner's permit was issued to a single catcher seller in the Kuskokwim River. The catcher seller did not participate in any of the fishing periods provided for dip nets. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments from the board? Further comments from the public? Seeing none, Madam Chair, turn the gavel to you. We're done with committee of the whole 5.
Thank you very much. All right, well, that concludes our committee work for this meeting. So I'll take a longer lunch break to allow for that substitute language development, if there's any to come forward, and I believe I heard discussion of some substitute language. And so I'd like to come back on the record to begin deliberations on groups 4 and 5 at 1:30 p.m. And again, for folks that are working on substitute language, please connect with a board member to make sure that it goes through the proper drafting and review process before it comes before the board in deliberations. Okay, 1:30. Thank you. All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. I'm working on some substitute language, getting some RCs dropped. The time is 2:17. We are back on the record, and we will begin deliberations on Group 4, Yukon Subsistence, Personal Use, Commercial, and Sport Fisheries. There are 11 proposals in this group, and the board will begin deliberations with proposal number 79, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Sam Decker. I'm the Assistant Management Biologist for the Yukon River summer season. To my left is Dina Jalen. She's the Area Management Biologist for the Yukon River summer season. On the other side of her is our Yukon River fall season team, Area Management Biologist Christy Gleason and Assistant Manager Shane Ransbury. To my right is Alita Trainer. She's the Northern Region Program Manager for the Subsistence Division. Proposal 79, 5 AAC 01220, lawful gear and gear specifications.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Madam Chair, for the record, Dina Jalen, Yukon River Summer Season Manager with the department. This proposal would allow hook and line attached to a rod or pole when subsistence fishing upstream of the Nulato River mouth. In current regulations, a hook and line attached to a rod or pole may be used to take salmon and non-salmon for subsistence purposes from the coastal district up to and including the Nulato River. Upstream from the Nulato River, a sport fishing license is required to fish with hook and line attached to a rod or pole for finfish during ice-free months, but not while fishing through the ice. A subsistence permit is required in portions of the Kuskokwim River drainage near the Dalton Highway, and subsistence fishing is closed in some creeks that cross the Dalton Highway. The commissioner, in current regulations, the commissioner may, by emergency order, close the fishing season for salmon and immediately reopen the season, during which restrictions apply to hook and line gear pertaining to the water, seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means for fishing with this gear type. These provisions do not apply for fishing through the ice. If this proposal was adopted, hook and line attached to a rod or pole would be allowed year-round for subsistence gear for salmon and non-salmon, extending upstream from the Nulato River up through the Kuskokwim River drainage. For background, hook and line attached to a rod or pole is commonly used for subsistence fishing in the Yukon area year-round for a variety of whitefish, sheefish, grayling, and Dolly Varden fish. Up to 60% of non-salmon harvest in the Kuskokwim River drainage is estimated to be taken with hook and line gear based on subsistence household surveys. The department supports this proposal to be consistent with current fishery practices. This proposal would add options to legal subsistence gear in a portion of District 4 and the Kuskokwim River. Currently, state and federal regulations are inconsistent. In federal public waters of the Yukon River drainage, rod and reel is legal gear for subsistence harvest of salmon and non-salmon species by federally qualified users.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood.
A question to the department on PC 23. A recommendation was made to make it amend to make it applicable throughout the state waters of the Yukon River. Did you take that into consideration? Do you think that's a worthwhile endeavor?
I'm glad to see that that proposal was submitted. When this has come up in the past, this was submitted by the Kuskokwim River AC, they submitted it to be pertain to just their area. They would have liked to submit it for the entire drainage, but they stuck it to just their area just to kind of do these little baby steps. So having another amendment or other language that would extend it throughout the Yukon, we've certainly been in support of that, and we help support some folks that have come to us to discuss that option.
You say you would be supportive? Is that what you said?
Yes, and there is an RC to extend it up through the Yukon River drainage and the side tributaries, not including the Dena'ina River. And so it would help to align subsistence gear options between state and federal waters.
Can you give me the RC number?
Yeah. Number 55.
55?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and for clarification, the RC was for proposal 84, not for this proposal.
Okay. So does the language that is going to come before us as as it's presented in RC 55, deal with the language in this proposal? Or is, I mean,
It's exactly the same, except for the changes in area.
okay, so in order to capture both of the drainages, as Member Wood was interested in 23, we need to do this one for Kayakuk, and then the rest of the Yukon drainage is captured in the substitute language for 84 potentially?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. I am clear now. George Pappas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll see on PC 20, page 5, the modification we have is recommending to prohibit the use for rod and reel for snagging fish if there's concerns about non-selectivity of the gear. I believe it was modified if this proposal is adopted as is. We would be close, but federal subsistence regulations don't allow snagging, I believe, in this watershed. Federal regulations specifically have to clearly state if you can use rod and reel, whether or not you can or cannot snag. As far as I'm aware, you cannot snag in this watershed this time under federal subsistence regulations. The selectivity issue here, as I understand from being briefed, the majority of this rod and reel activity would not be in salmon waters, likely tributaries. Probably the vast majority of the harvest would be non-salmon species, and that is something to consider. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question maybe I have for the Subsistence Division is when the C&Ts were done originally for salmon and other fish in this drainage, how come this form of harvesting wasn't included in the current regulation? Any idea?
Madam Chair, for the record, Alita Trainer, Subsistence Division. Member Carpenter, just for clarification on the ANS aspect, we do have obviously species-specific ANSs for all salmon species, and then one drainage-wide ANS for all non-salmon species combined. During C&T deliberations, we do look at the harvest and use patterns for a particular species, and that includes the type of gear that is typically used, and it's mostly done for a particular area. I would like to defer to Lisa Olson if she has anything further to add. But I would just like to say that it used to be that this gear was legal up to Piamute Slough, and then at the last AYK Board of Fish meeting, the Nulato tribe came forward with a very similar proposal that would extend that legal gear up to Nulato, and that's what Dina Jalen was referring to, these baby steps that are being taken to legalize this gear.
Thank you for that clarification. It's just surprising to me that, you know, considering this is the simplest form of harvesting fish, that it wasn't included many, many years ago. But and then I guess a second question in regards to something Mr. Pappas said, and maybe Captain Frenzel can answer this in regards to the snagging aspect portion of this. What are the differences in this area versus the differences currently in federal regulation in regards to the restriction with snagging?
Through the chair, to Member Carpenter, I'm not quite sure I'm following the question. Is there a way to restate, or maybe Captain Frenzel has an answer for you?
Captain Frenzel.
Member Carpenter, through the chair, and for the record, Aaron Frenzel. If passed, this proposal is going to allow rod and reel to be used. There's no restrictions to what can be attached to that rod and reel for hooks, if it's weighted hooks, bait, whatever it might be, like Sport Fish Regs does.
Ms. Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just one quick follow-up to Mr. Carpenter. The prohibition against using rod and reel is actually in the general provisions for the subsistence fishing chapter itself, so I'd have to look into it further to see when that was adopted. I note that in the notes for the general provisions, the first adoption first change was in 1983, so I might have to do a little bit of digging to see why the board chose not to allow rod and reel as subsistence gear blankets statewide.
Alita, did you have additional information?
I did, Madam Chair. Thank you. For the record, Alita Trainer, Subsistence Division. Getting back to your earlier question, Member Carpenter, when we think about legalizing gear, looking at the CNT determination, efficiency is often a characteristic we look at, and rod and reel gear isn't always considered efficient. It really is area specific. During the last AYK board meeting, when Nulato came forward with this very similar proposal, they explained that this is gear that they have been long using, and we're not talking like necessarily a commercially bought rod and reel. It's often a homemade line attached to a rod or pole, and it is used inside tributaries to target mostly non-salmon species.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peterson has a comment on Proposal 79 in the Department of Law comments on 79.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Jensen, it's just a standard reminder that the customary and traditional use definition in state statute does not include any reference to the method of take, but the uses. So, and I think the members of the board are probably clear on that, but it has come up in the past, so I usually note it when I see it.
So it goes sort of to the what was said in here, the board has discretion but not mandated to consider traditional methods of taking subsistence fish resources, and it also says that over a system that's been established over a reasonable period of time. So apparently the hook and line has been used long enough to be considered a traditional method. Am I correct on that?
Yes, there's a Supreme Court case that makes pretty clear that the uses is what gets the focus, and then the board decides what methods, should be employed to reach those uses. And one of course, looking at the history of methods is what the board normally does, but obviously methods of take change over time, and the board does have the ability to change with the times and update, allow whatever methods it sees fit.
Okay, thank you. I'm not in opposition to this proposal. I just wanted to ask you that question. Thanks for your answer. And then I'll run through the subsistence regulation reviews. This stock in a non-subsistence area, no. Is the stock customarily and traditionally taken or used for subsistence? Yes, the board has made the positive customary and traditional use finding for kings, summer chum, fall chum, coho, and pink salmon in the Yukon area. Freshwater fish species included sheefish, whitefish, lamprey, burbot, sucker, grayling, pike, and char, herring and herring roe within 20 miles of the coast between the terminus of Black River and the western point of Nasconat Peninsula, and all finfish other than salmon and herring in the saltwaters of the Yukon area. Can the portion of the stock be harvested consistent with sustained yield? Yes. What is the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence use? And per 5AC 01236B, the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence are king salmon 45,500 to 66,704, summer chum 83,000 to 143,000 approximately, fall chum 89.5 to 167.9, coho 20,005 to 51,980, and pink salmon 2,100 to 9,700. And do these regulations provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence use? And that's a board determination. My determination is yes, and at least my thoughts are, and it's necessary to reduce or eliminate other uses to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses, and this is a board determination. And I don't think in this particular area it's necessary at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a question. So we're talking about times of really low salmon abundance potentially. We're talking about subsistence closures for salmon in these areas. We're looking for opportunities to provide, access and other means and methods of harvesting non-salmon species for subsistence. Do those areas overlap? I'm not familiar enough with how this system is used. So do you have, like, the same area that would be targeting non-salmon that could potentially catch salmon as well if subsistence was closed for salmon?
Madam Chair, maybe some clarification. Are you referring to the area in the original proposal, just up to the Kayakuk, or with the amendment?
This is not amended.
Okay. So this proposal would just extend from the New Lotto River up to the Kayakuk, and how we managed the fishery last year, we put in our news releases that you could use hook and line, but you had to release king and chum salmon alive. You could retain other species such as pink, sockeye salmon, and non-salmon species from hook and line gear. And this would just extend that action.
Sure, and, one of the things that I just would want to make clear and on the record is that if this were allowed, that I would like to see some educational campaign that goes along with responsible sort of best practices for catch and release, so that you're doing the least amount of damage in the event that you do catch a salmon. That's incredibly important if you're going to be, using this method. Alita?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Alita Trainer, Subsistence Division. I just wanted to add that it could have been, this is partly speculation, but I'm going to have some follow-up facts here. It could have been the proponent's intent to focus just on their own area, because there really is a historical pattern of use of this gear, similar to that in New Lotto, which is just the downstream neighbor of Kayakuk. And this gear has been documented through our research as well as in other research, particularly to focus on non-salmon species in tributaries. It's very common for people to even first engage their children in the fishery by giving them that gear while they were salmon fishing, to keep them occupied. Now, obviously, that salmon fishing opportunity has been taken away, but this does provide a way to continue to fish and easily get a few fish, as I've heard it, to eat that day, rather than trying to put away a lot of fish for the season. And so folks will just go out to their nearby stream, catch something, and go home.
Yeah, I get that, but let's say that, subsistence is closed for salmon. If you're doing a catch and release, there's a potential for mortality there. And the more people are educated on how to properly and, the best practices for catch and release to reduce that mortality to, the extent possible, that's important, because, if there is a bunch of, incidental salmon catches, and these salmon are getting killed accidentally or intentionally, but hopefully accidentally when you're targeting other species, that concerns me. And since everybody in this room has recognized that, every salmon's pretty darn important at this point. So I just wanted to get that on the record, and I would hope that the department could help collaborate in that effort, or that the tribes or these local ACs that are requesting this really take it upon themselves to educate their membership and and the locals who might use hook and rod to consider that and make sure that they're being mindful if there is a subsistence closure for salmon. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Member Carlson Van Dort hit on a kind of an important note that I have no problem with subsistence users using rod and pole and hook and line. I think it's a good thing. I think it's been something that's been happening for a long time already, and I like the idea of aligning federal and state regulations as well. It is my concern, though, that, in adopting something like that, in comparison to a sport fishery where there's additional regulations about the types of hooks that you can use, whether or not you can use baits and treble hooks and so on, to hit on Ms. Carlson Van Dort's point, allowing for this method without those additional restrictions, it's going to be very important for these communities to realize the impact that a baited treble hook can have on an incidental catch of a salmon species that's we're seriously concerned at this time. And that's my reservation with this proposal. But I am wanting to support that, and I'm wanting to know if there's a way that that message can be heard loud and clear right now on the record, so that I can support this proposal.
Staff.
Through the chair, in response to that question, we can work with the YERDFA stakeholder group to help get that message out in season. We can also work with our colleagues in Sportfish to help get some language that we can put into our news releases to help encourage folks to release fish immediately to the water alive and unharmed. But the regs that we have currently for hook and line are very simple. It just states that you may use rod and reel attached to hook and line up to and including the New Lotto River. So there's not a lot of detail or extra specifications on the use of that gear currently.
Absolutely. I very much appreciate that. And I realize that most subsistence users are very respectful of the resource already. It's not my intent to not acknowledge that. It's just, passing regulation that doesn't necessarily capture that is, I guess, cautioning as a manager.
And sometimes people get excited because it's really exciting to catch fish. Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Ms. Mitchell. And if this does head that direction, your encouragement for public outreach will definitely provide a federal subsistence platform and we'll work closely to provide any message that comes out to the federally qualified users or anybody who attends our public process. If this goes that direction, we'll commit to help. Thanks.
Mr. Pappas, you did bring up an interesting point, though, with respect to, the prohibition of snagging. I'm not sure that I want to get that far into, I don't want to deal with that necessarily with this proposal, but I think it's something to keep an eye on since the body damage is associated with snagging, and that, that may be something that needs to be addressed at a subsequent board meeting. I don't know, but again, these are sensitive stock right now, and I just can't impress that enough. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal would be adopted. It will lower the fish entry cost to the private person because the price of a hook and line attached to a rod and pole is less expensive than purchasing a gill net or building a fish wheel. If this proposal is accepted, Alaska residents fishing a portion of the Koyukuk River drainage would no longer be required to purchase sport fishing license to fish using hook and line attached to a rod or pole. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost of the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called errors and omissions. Let's see, I believe this would be Director Avon.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 79. Zaret.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 80.
For the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 85 AAC 01, new section, subsistence limits for king salmon on the Yukon River.
Madam Chair, move to take no action based on the author's request to withdraw his proposal. It was made verbally during public testimony.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 80. Proposal number 81.
Madam Chair, for the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 81, 5 AAC 01220, N34, lawful gear and gear specifications. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Madam Chair, for the record, Dina Jalen with the department. This proposal would implement a Yukon River drainage subsistence salmon permit to allow retention of king salmon less than 24 inches in length with an annual limit of 10 fish during times of king salmon conservation. Currently, there are no king salmon annual harvest limits for subsistence fishing in much of the Yukon area. In a portion of District 6, there is a subsistence fishery with a permit annual harvest limit of 60 king salmon per household. In the personal use fishery, the permit harvest limits are 10 king salmon per household. If adopted, during times of king salmon conservation, subsistence fishermen may be able to retain up to 10 kings that are 24 inches and less in length during openings with dip nets and closely attended fish wheels. Yukon area households would be required to obtain a subsistence permit, record king salmon harvest daily, and return permits by October 31st. For background, assessment projects and escapement goals in the Yukon area for king salmon, including the U.S.-Canada treaty objective, are based on total numbers of fish and do not have a size-based component. At the pilot station sonar, estimates are available for large and small king salmon. However, the criteria for small king salmon do differ from this 24-inch measurement in length. However, the small king salmon as measured by the pilot station sonar comprise on average 21% of the run counted at pilot station. The small king salmon counted tend to be young males, but do also include some very small number of females. Daily passage of these fish may be low, making them difficult to selectively harvest in river due to their low density as a low percentage of the run. And they just make up a smaller portion of the population. The department opposes this proposal because of the stock assessment, harvest, and abundance data are based on the total number of king salmon of all sizes in season. There are also some considerations for the process of setting up a permit system to expand to the entire Yukon area. The state now uses an online permit system, so households would either need access to the internet to receive a permit application or request a permit by mail. There would be startup investments of time on the part of area staff, administration, data analysts, and programmers. Madam Chair.
Board discussion. Mr. Zare.
Yes, Madam Chair, Board, I've gotten quite a bit of input on the feeling that this proposal by, advisory committees and by people, that this proposal, while they're sympathetic to the idea of providing more fish to people in the Yukon, that at this time where everybody is so much focused on every fish mattering and that type of thinking, that this is just not the time and place to be increasing, the take of any size king salmon. And I agree with that also myself, so I'll be voting probably, against this proposal.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks. I guess just kind of a clarification question from staff. Did I hear correctly that the escapement goal on the Yukon does not differentiate by size? So removing any size class salmon would ultimately impact the numbers that we're seeing in escapement?
Through the chair, that is correct. Yeah, all of our escapement goals are based on number. And of course, this is a fishery and an opportunity that would not be opened unless we projected a harvestable surplus. This could potentially just be an action that was taken if we identified a very small harvestable surplus in excess of escapement goals. It wouldn't be below escapement goal numbers.
Couple questions. So first of all, with respect to these, 24-inch fish or under, do we have any idea about the fecundity of females that are that small, or is that, how do we take that into account? Potentially, if we're allowing some harvest on them.
Madam Chair, most of these fish would be smaller, younger males. They'd be males that would be returning as 3- and 4-year-olds. There may be some very limited number of females. I don't have fecundity information on them at the moment. We did hear a lot during AC comments about the importance of small fish and how they do serve a purpose in the breeding population of king salmon. But I don't have the fecundity for small fish handy. My apologies.
Thank you. You also just kind of triggered my memory that I do believe we heard in committee of the whole that those 24-inch fish are captured on the sonar heading past eagles, so that may have some treaty implications potentially as well, correct? Doug?
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. We don't differentiate between small fish and big fish for treaty passage goals. So if this was instituted, it would potentially have treaty implications associated with it.
And we haven't met our treaty goals recently.
That is correct, recently.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sympathetic to this, but we'd all like to provide more opportunity, especially in the eyes of the subsistence user. But considering the conservative nature in which I believe that we have to take into account right now with the recovery of these populations, I think, the small fish, the 24-inch fish, there is some reproductive viability there that I think is important. I haven't been convinced otherwise that it's insignificant. I think that when you look at the 21% of the small kings that passed pilot station and the percentage of those that are potentially going to make it into Canada, I think the point the commissioner makes in regards to our obligation to continue to try and meet our treaty obligations is important. And so, as Mr. Zare said, I think that this just really isn't the appropriate time to move in this direction, so I won't be supporting it.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I will reference my comments on subsistence from Proposal 79. And if we did approve of something like this, I think it would be straying away from the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy. And so with that being said, I concur with my fellow board members who've spoken thus far. I will not be in support of this proposal, Madam Chair.
Additional board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate in this fishery. Approval of this proposal is expected to result in an additional cost to the department through expansion of the subsistence program, permit program. At the current time, the department does not have funding identified for this program. If it were implemented, it would require costs to other programs, cuts to other programs to cover these additional costs. I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would just also note on-time public comments, there was, I think 3 or 4 ACs that were in opposition, 2 that were in favor of this. So a bit split, but I don't think the time is right now. And so I'm struggling to support this as it's written and at this time. With that said, the question has been called, errors and omissions. Director Abong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 81. Carpenter.
No.
Zare.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 82.
Madam Chair, for the record, this is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 82, 5 AAC 39250, gillnet specifications and operations.
Thank you. And just for the record, this proposal was noticed for this meeting, and it was also noticed to be heard and held at the statewide meeting since it is a statewide regulation. I will note that there is RC 56, which has potential substitute language that captured hopefully quite a bit of some of the suggestions and public testimony that we heard at this meeting. So I'd like the intention would be for RC 56 to sort of run with this proposal for consideration, public consideration, and also board consideration at the statewide meeting. All right, moving on, proposal number 83.
Madam Chair, this is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 83, 5 AAC 77-171, lawful gear for personal use finfish fishing.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Christy Gleason for the record. Proposal 83 would reduce the gillnet mesh size where after August 15th, a person may not take salmon with a gillnet that has a mesh size greater than 6 inches in the Yukon area personal use salmon fishery. Current regulations include the following. Personal use salmon fishing is open with 7.5-inch or less mesh size gillnets and fish wheels in Subdistrict 6C of the Dena'ina River in late June until October 15th. For background, from August 15th to October 15th in Subdistrict 6C, the personal use salmon fishery is managed for fall chum and coho salmon. During this time, the king salmon run is nearly over. Currently, set gill nets up to 7.5-inch or less mesh size and fish wheels are allowed. In 2019, the last year the fishery was open for salmon, the majority of the permit holders indicated their primary gear was 4.1 to 6.0 inch mesh size set gill nets with a secondary gear of 6.1 to 7.5 inch mesh size set gill nets. Also, the department uses 6-inch mesh-sized gill nets as a standard mesh size to assess the fall chum salmon run in the lower Yukon test fishery at the mouth of the Yukon. Similarly, the pilot station sonar test fishery catches the majority of fall chum and coho salmon with a 5-inch to 6.5-inch mesh, while 7.5-inch mesh catches make up 9% of the fall chum salmon and 4% of the coho salmon runs at that assessment project. And this data includes 1999 to 2021. And commercial fisheries for fall chum and coho salmon also use 6-inch or less mesh-sized gill nets. For the personal use fishery in the last 10 years, from 2012 to 2021, 37 permit holders fished between August 15th and October 15th, and their average harvest was 301 fall chum salmon and 130 coho salmon. The department submitted and supports this proposal. This would make the use of 6-inch or less mesh-sized gill nets uniform between commercial, subsistence, and personal use fisheries for fall chum and coho salmon. The 6-inch or less mesh sizes are already commonly used by personal use fishermen and would reduce the directed harvest on larger, older fall chum that make up a smaller portion of the population, and allow for greater protection of the late arriving king salmon, which are typically females, when conservation is warranted. The department submitted a similar proposal for 84 for subsistence fishing during the fall season within the Yukon River drainage. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks. I just had a question about, you know, if stocks were to rebound and we were seeing larger fish again, could something like this be done in a time of conservation effort through emergency order, or does it need to be passed in regulation at this time?
Madam Chair, or through the chair, the department submitted this proposal because we wanted it to be a general regulation that fishermen use 6-inch on the Yukon, throughout the Yukon River drainage when they're fishing for fall chum and coho salmon. And one of the main drivers for this proposal was we've been noticing the decline of the older, large age classes of Chinook salmon, and we are trying to take a conservation approach with our fall chum and our coho salmon. We're also seeing declines in sizes over the last 30 years, and we're seeing record low sizes, particularly the last 2 summers. And so we're trying to preserve more of the natural population. And actually, using a 6-inch gill net will target the majority of the fall chum and the coho salmon. And so it will increase efficiency if fishermen use a 6-inch gill net compared to a 7.5-inch gill net.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, you'd only be really wanting to use a 7.5-inch mesh if you were looking for kings, potentially. I mean, or if you wanted to get some, yay, nay, among other things.
Madam Chair, we have heard from fishermen, particularly in the middle Yukon River in District 4, that they do prefer to use the 7.5-inch mesh. Some fishermen do because they like to catch the largest fall chum salmon that are typically bound for the Tadrinjik and the main stem Canada area.
Thanks. Any other board discussion? Mr. Zare.
Yeah, I you know, getting the numbers of salmon back are, you know, that's a lot, that's going to be hard enough, but getting the size of the salmon back is supposedly, if you read a lot of the literature on it, that's even harder. That's the hardest thing to do, is get our older age class fish back. And I will be voting for this proposal because it's promoting the use of 6-inch mesh gear in the Yukon, which I think, no matter how large our runs are ever again, that we should just be fishing no mesh larger than 6-inch anytime there's king salmon in the water.
Any additional board discussion? I tend to agree with Member Zare. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too agree with the member. Also, this proposal were to be adopted, it would be some additional direct cost for the private person to participate in this fishery. 6-inch mesh nets are commonly used throughout the Yukon River drainage. However, a small number of households that do not have 6-inch or smaller net may need to purchase a new net in order to comply with this regulation. If adopted, approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for the private or for the department to operate, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 83. Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Proposal number 84.
Madam Chair, for the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 84, 5 AAC 01220, lawful gear and gear specifications. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 55.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board has before our proposal number 84 with substitute language found in RC 55. Member Jensen. Oh, I'm sorry, staff comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Dina Jalen with the department. This proposal would repeal and readopt Yukon area subsistence fishing lawful gear and gear specifications. And this is one of several regulations that Christy and I drafted to help address areas of regulation that were unclear or contained outdated regulation and to recognize current widespread subsistence fishing practices. Some additions to subsistence fishing regulations that would be in this proposal include adding eel sticks, clarifying dip net operations to include a handle with a line attached, relaxing the minimum distance between subsistence gear with low harvest potential while maintaining a 200 feet set distance between set gillnets and fish wheels, applying the 7.5-inch maximum mesh size to gillnet fishing year-round for salmon and non-salmon, reducing the maximum gillnet mesh size to 6-inch or less during the fall chum and coho salmon season, and changing the maximum mesh size to 4-inch or less gillnets in portions of Beaver and Birch Creeks. References to 8-inch or greater mesh size set gillnet regulations are being replaced with the maximum mesh size. During times of salmon conservation, new gear additions would include adding 4.75-inch mesh or less, 4.75-inch or less mesh size. Gillnets including 4 to 7.5-inch mesh sizes may be required to be operated as a set gillnet and within 100 feet of ordinary high water mark, and net length may be specified by emergency order. The department could also apply selective gear types available during times of salmon conservation to all salmon species. In current regulations, 4-inch or less mesh gillnets may be operated as drift gillnets for non-salmon in parts of the river where drift gillnet fishing is allowed. In the portion of Beaver Creek open to subsistence fishing, gillnet mesh size may not exceed 3.5 inches. In Birch Creek, gillnet mesh size may not exceed 3 inches. References to 8-inch or greater mesh size gillnets still exist in regulation and conflict with the current 7.5-inch maximum mesh size. And in District 4 through 6, all subsistence fishing gear types must be 200 feet apart while in operation with few exceptions. And during times of salmon conservation, coho salmon are not required to be released from selective gear types, and beach saints may only be used as a conservation gear for king salmon. So if adopted, during times of king, chum, or coho salmon conservation, this proposal would allow the department more flexibility in the management of overlapping salmon runs and would provide additional management tools that could allow for better targeting of abundant salmon or non-salmon species while minimizing the harvest of less abundant salmon species to help achieve escapement goals. For some of the background that's in addition to things that have been brought forward before, adding eel sticks to non-salmon gear types would recognize a traditionally used gear that has not previously been included in regulation. Relaxing the minimum distance between subsistence gear with low harvest potential while maintaining a 200 feet distance between set gillnets and fish wheels would align with common practice and allow family members, such as children, to fish with low harvest gear types near gillnets and fish wheel sites. So for example, you could have so people could fish with a spear while they're operating a set gillnet and operate near their other gear. In Districts 4, 5, and 6, subsistence fishing gear may currently not be set within 200 feet of other operating gear. The proposed regulation changes would also clearly state that a subsistence fisherman may operate more than one type of subsistence gear at the same time to align with current practice. Maintaining the current regulations, fishermen would still be allowed to operate any combination of subsistence, would still not be allowed to operate any combination of subsistence, personal use, and commercial fishing gear at the same time. The department submitted and supports this proposal containing modifications to Yukon area regulations that provide subsistence fishing opportunity.
All right, so I just wanted to draw folks' attention to RC 55 language and just kind of what it did. It did pull out some sections that were previously contained in this, but I wanted to just make clear on the record that the sections of regulation that were in here that dealt with some of the sinking gillnet issues and the discussions that we had around District 1 and 2 and 3, 4, and 5 with respect to those gillnets are contained in language in RC 56, which is associated with Proposal 82 that I just discussed. So it's a little awkward in how this came about because, as I understand it, those gillnet, sinking gillnet, that portion of the reg is a statewide regulation, so procedurally it was kind of wonky. And so in order to most cleanly deal with the issues, I discussed with Member Jensen, whose RC this is to sort of tease those two issues apart so that we could address many of the issues that the department brings forward with their rewrite and repeal of the subsistence regs, accepting those pieces that deal with the sunken gillnets and marking that will be dealt with and at statewide. But I just wanted to make that as clear as mud on the record. So that people know that we're not trying to skip over that we're not removing that. That's going to be part of the discussion. And like I said, RC 56 hopefully captures a lot of the public comment and intent that we heard over the course of this meeting. And again, we will be taking public comment. We'll go through the committee of the whole processes and all that stuff at the statewide meeting too. And so the language is out there for the public to review well in advance of statewide. But for the purpose of this one, we're focused on all of those other elements related to the rewrite of the subsistence section. And if I misspoke, I hope staff would correct me. Well, 56 is related to 82, what we have before us, and the other portions that we meant to deal with today at this meeting are RC 55. I'm sorry if I was unclear.
Madam Chair, RC 55 addresses the hook and line issue and then also adds some additional mesh sizes that we had in our mesh size in use during times of conservation section.
Thank you for that. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As stated, this is not a huge change in the regulations. It's just adding a few things. And like staff said, I think there's a 5.5-inch net piece that was put in here to add more opportunity and give the department another tool to manage these fisheries sustainably. Also, I'd like to refer to my comments on subsistence that I made on proposal number 97. They go along with this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a question for the department with respect to the inclusion of the 5.5-inch mesh size. Does that provide a management benefit or tool that would be useful to the department?
Madam Chair, it's not a mesh size that we commonly use when we're trying to avoid king salmon but allow harvest of chum. It would give us another option that we could choose to use. We would have to work through our management strategy to figure out a time when we would choose to implement that restriction, but we commonly just default to 6-inch or smaller mesh.
In terms of, sort of regulatory consistency, I mean, across some of the management plans, I mean, I don't want to unduly confuse this for the subsistence regulations. I mean, I think they're confusing enough, frankly, and if this isn't providing a real management benefit, my preference, I think, would be to remove the 5.5. I know you're not restricted to it, but I just don't see the purpose for it.
And Madam Chair, 5.5-inch mesh is a gear that we could use for commercial fishing in districts 1, 2, and 3. And so it may be a gear that folks in that area have. And so if we were to restrict mesh size to 5.5, it would most likely only be in the area where it's also used for commercial fishing periods.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, given that information, I don't really see the benefit of having it in the subsistence regulations personally. And so, you know, I would prefer to amend this, this RC to remove the 5 1/2 inch reference.
Second. Pass unanimous consent.
Is there any objection to that? All right. Any additional board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
Just a little clarification from staff on this one. I'm playing catch-up because we had several RCs submitted for this proposal. And then also in comments for Proposal 83, which we just went through, it said that in passing that proposal, it would provide uniformity for the regulations between comm, subsistence, and personal use. My question to staff is the language found in RC 55 for Proposal 84 now undoing that uniformity that we just passed in 83, or is it applied to a different area? There's just a lot of RCs that were submitted for these couple proposals. I'm trying to catch up here. Yeah, I realized that that was for a personal use fishery, but in the staff comments for Proposal 83, it said that it provided, in passing this proposal, it would provide uniformity between the commercial, subsistence, and PU fishery. So my question is now Proposal 84 with RC language 55 now, would that make it not in uniformity anymore?
Through the chair, it would still be uniform for during the fall season. You would be limited to 6-inch or smaller mesh for subsistence. And we referenced, when we were addressing Proposal 83, we said that the department submitted a similar Proposal 84 for the subsistence during the fall season on the Yukon River drainage. The new additions to this RC 55 just pertain to allowing hook and line throughout the Yukon River drainage with a few exclusions for some closed waters and some permit areas next to a road system. And then the second thing was adding a little more flexibility and mesh sizes in the times of conservation when we have gill nets.
Okay, so nothing's now out of alignment. It would just be adding a couple additional things.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Desiree?
Yeah, I can't really maybe speak to this, but I know there was some reasons in the lower river why the that mesh was, they would like to use that mesh. So I just, maybe the department could speak to that a little bit more, you know, and if it doesn't complicate things or something, I would hate to see it not get added if it's a useful tool, I think.
Through the chair, I think I caught most of the question. The 5.5 mesh that was used in commercial also had some additional restrictions to the depth, and it was a gear that's used in commercial fishing in districts 1 through 3 for chum during times of king conservation. So folks may already have that gear in that configuration already in that area.
So this isn't restricting the commercial use of 5 1/2. It is just merely not saying they could restrict in the upper river those subsistence to 5 1/2. I mean, folks don't have, what I heard in public, in committee of the whole is that 5 1/2 isn't a commonly held mesh size for subsistence in the upper portions, particularly because they haven't been required to use it. They've got 6-inch and 7-inch and 4-inch. But, you know, this is just, I'm not quite sure what the benefit would be, but this is not restricting the use of those people in the lower river because the regulation still provides for 6-inch and under. So if the department wanted to deploy the 5 1/2 inch, they still could, if that made good sense. And so nothing in the language as it's been amended would restrict the department from using that 5 1/2 inch option in districts 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct, yeah, and keeping in, we would want to talk to stakeholders and find out if they had that mesh size, and so we would be unlikely to implement it in, say, in District 4, where nobody has that mesh size, because that would be, that would be a gear that they wouldn't commonly have available to use. If we were trying to just allow harvest of chum, we would just allow harvest with 6-inch or smaller mesh.
And my intention of offering the amendment was to, I don't think it's, I think it's kind of burdensome for people who are trying to use gill nets to harvest for subsistence to have like this quiver full of different mesh sizes for, unless there's a distinct biological benefit. And what I heard from the department is that there really isn't a distinct biological benefit necessarily for how they would use 5.5-inch mesh. You still have 6, you still have 4, you have under 6, so there's nothing saying that you couldn't, but it's not specified or requiring it.
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. Yeah, that's typically how we've been using 6-inch mesh as a management tool, as a common restriction throughout the drainage in the last few years, and that's the mesh size that that would be our next step down from 7.5-inch mesh would be 6-inch.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
A question for staff. So when you announce an opening, you say you may use gear 6 inches or less. So if these folks have 5.5 and they want to use it, they can go ahead on it. So, okay, thanks. That clears it for me.
Any other discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make my comments on the record to apply for this proposal as well that I made for Proposal 79 with regards to allowing hook and line attached to a rod and pole, and just the interest in making sure that there's awareness provided to people on the different types of gear and proper catch and release methods and what have you.
And I just wanted to add for the record also, I really wanted to thank and applaud the department for the hard work done in rewriting these regulations, because it's clear to me that you really put some thought into addressing how people are trying to harvest for subsistence under these changing conditions, and I appreciate the work. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This new language before us, I think, is consistent with the Salmon Fisheries Management Policy. It follows it really close, and it helps manage the fish, for sustainability of the fish. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate, and it's not expected to result in any additional costs for the department to manage, and we'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 84 as amended. Zaret.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 85.
Madam Chair, my name is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 85, 5 AAC 77-171, lawful gear for personal use finfish fishing.
Move to adopt. Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Christy Gleason for the record. Proposal 85, this proposal would modify the Yukon area personal use salmon fishery specifications for selective gear types and gill net mesh size during times of salmon conservation. It would also extend the conservation gear options for chum salmon to include coho salmon in the personal use salmon fishery. Gill nets including 4-inch to 7.5-inch maximum mesh sizes may be required to be operated as a set net and within 100 feet of ordinary high water mark. Unintended references to 8-inch or greater mesh size set gill net regulations are being replaced because they are outdated with the maximum mesh size of 7.5 inches. Gill nets of 4-inch or less mesh size will be a new option for king salmon during times of conservation. Current regulations include the following. During times of conservation for chum and king salmon, closely attended fish wheels and dip nets may be operated while requiring the release of either species. For chum salmon conservation, there are 4-inch mesh or less, or 8-inch or greater mesh size options for set gill nets of a specified length and depth. For king salmon conservation, gill net operations only include 6-inch or less mesh size set gill nets. For background, the personal use salmon fishery is limited to set gill nets and fish wheels for chum, coho, and king salmon. Currently, only fall chum salmon can be released during the fall season from dip nets and manned fish wheels when we're in times of conservation. Coho salmon may not be required to be released and only are voluntarily released. The department submitted and supports this proposal. The options of selective gear will benefit Dena'ina River personal use permit holders. The proposed changes will allow more flexibility to conserve coho salmon while providing harvest opportunity for abundant fall chum salmon when the fishery might have otherwise been closed. The modifications to the conservation gear type and operation provide more flexibility to offer harvest opportunity instead of fishery closures. These changes would align with subsistence conservation gear regulations in Proposal 84. Madam Chair.
Thank you. For discussion? Mr. Zare.
This proposal, 85, includes I see it includes the same language that we were dealing with on another proposal and questioning that a net a net operated as a set net and within 100 feet of ordinary high water mark. That's a problem. Should I go into detail on that?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is showing up more and more. It showed up in a few of our proposals that we haven't taken up yet, too. But the issue with this is if you use the high water mark as a reference point for your 100-foot distance, that's fine for when the water is at that high water level mark. But when you have the water go down in a lot of places on, like the Yukon River, for one place right exactly in front of my fish camp, it can be 200 feet to the water's edge in low water, and commonly too. And so you basically wouldn't be able to fish any part of your net in the water. You know, if you had to keep it within, if you could not have any part of your net more than 100 feet away from the high water mark. I mean, the water goes up and down in the Yukon. It doesn't seem reasonable to be using a high water mark as a reference point for this type of thing, unless I'm really missing something here.
Mr. Wood.
I always listen to politicians that identify the problem. What's the solution?
Well, I think what people are trying to do with this high water mark language is I think they're thinking of times of salmon conservation, like with the 4-inch mesh nets that are allowed to be run for whitefish up and down the Yukon. They don't want people putting the net way out in the middle of an eddy or something like that, a big king eddy or something. You know, they want to keep that net close to shore where the whitefish are and the pike are. They want to, limit the bycatch of king salmon. And so that's why they're doing this, but a much better way, and a way that wouldn't be stopping people from fishing their eddies, would be to just have a limit of, the beginning of the net has to be like, say, 25 feet from the water's edge. And enforcement would have to realize that, it'd be just a reasonable thing, I would think, for enforcement. They're not going to come down like early in the morning after the water's gone down all night long and nail somebody because the net's 5 foot off of that distance. I mean, but, you know, a net should be checked every single day. And so, you know, I'm always moving my net out as the water goes down. I'm always moving it in as the water goes up. You know, the tie-off point or the, you know, I let out more line and just have a distance from the water's edge, that's all. You know, you don't want to make them have their net right on shore because then, you know, there's, the net's in that much water, you know. But give a distance, a reasonable distance, you know, 25 feet, 50 feet. But I would say to stay away from king, you wouldn't want a 4-inch mesh, 60-foot long net to be, I mean, we come up with a distance, but it shouldn't be, but the way it's written here, I mean, it's a long way. When I go from the high water mark, say at my fish camp, and it's this way all the way up and down the river until you get into the canyon, I mean, it's the bank, it's a long way out in the fall time or when there's low water. It's a long way to my boat. It's a lot more than 100 feet. And so, you know, it just doesn't make any sense to be using a high water mark as a reference point. And that's what's popping up in a number of proposals.
Mr. Wood?
If I might continue along those lines, and I'm certainly glad that Mr. Zaray's gotten onto this board, because if there's anyone that knows the Yukon, it's Stan. To Captain Frenzel, would what Member Zaray suggest present enforcement issues?
Through the chair, Member Wood, no, it wouldn't if we had it set somewhere. I think more is the concern of how far that net would be out in the water, which AWT would be neutral, and that's more of allocative.
And follow-up question to staff, if were to go to the methodology suggested by Member Zaray, does that present any conservation issues?
Through the chair, Christy Gleason, no, I think it meets the needs, and I talked to Stan a little bit before this about it. And I would like to point out, Proposal 85 is for the personal use fishery in Subdistrict 6C. And there was similar wording for the ordinary high water mark during times of conservation in our previous proposal that we discussed for the entire Yukon River drainage in Proposal 84, found in RC 55. So that language of the 100 feet from ordinary high water is in the previous proposal that you just passed.
Madam Chair, could I request about a 5-minute recess?
Sure, we'll take a 5-minute stand off.
Stand? If you want to pursue this, now's the time.
Okay, welcome back. We are back on the record. The time is 3:46 PM. We are still in deliberations on proposal number 85. Mr. Wood and then Mr. Zaret.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for taking that elongated 5-minute recess. But there was a topic that may have had to come up through an amendment process, and I want an opportunity for a member to have, and I understand Mr. Ray's next on the list. I'll relinquish to Mr. Zaret.
Member Zaret.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, my concerns about the, using the ordinary or mean high water mark as a reference point for the distance that a gill net should be maintained within. I've made those concerns, and I'd just like to say that I'm not going to be offering any amendment at the time because I'm not going to waste the board's time. We have to move on, and it'll be something that we work on in the future.
Okay, we have proposal 85 before us, additional board discussion. I mean, for me, I just kind of see this frankly as, it's a bit of a cleanup proposal. It's just making consistency and clarity in the reg, conforming with other areas, so that it's less confusing. So I will be in support of proposal number 85. Ms. Mitchell, then Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I too will be in support of this proposal, and also note that there was no public comments in opposition to this proposal. There was no participation in the committee of the whole process for this. The proposal was submitted by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. It'll bring the alignment into the regulation that we just passed in 84, so I will be in support of this.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support this proposal. I think one of the interesting components of this is the department's flexibility to conserve coho salmon while possibly providing harvest opportunity for fall chums when that otherwise might not have been able to happen. So for those reasons, I'll support it.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be in support of this proposal. The adoption of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate in the fishery, and nor additional costs for the department to manage. Call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Abung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 85. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 86.
Good afternoon, Klaus Wodig, Department, Proposal 86, 5 AAC 73010, seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means for the Yukon River area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 54.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Thank you.
Hearing no objection, before us we have the language found in RC 54 as substitute for proposal number 86. Staff comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 86 would require retention of sport-caught salmon if removed from the water in the Yukon River area. And this proposal is identical to Proposal 65, requesting the same action in the Dena'ina area as the proposal was submitted for the entire Yukon River. For the current regulations in the Yukon River area, there are no regulations that prohibit removing salmon from the water that are intended to be released. Now, the effect is it would change angling habits in ways that are difficult to anticipate. Anglers may choose to harvest fish that would have otherwise been photographed and released for the sake of obtaining a photo. For many anglers, the trophy is the photo, and this may increase retention in situations that would have otherwise resulted in a catch-and-release event. This may also reduce catch-and-release mortality by an unknown but likely minimal amount, and may increase harvest by an unknown amount. This would increase regulatory complexity. Salmon are conservatively managed within the Yukon River drainage, where recent runs of king, chum, and coho salmon have been poor. Based on the statewide harvest survey and the freshwater Sport Fish Guide logbook for the Yukon Management Area, sport fishing effort, catch, and harvest of salmon is relatively low. Fishing for salmon has been restricted or closed by emergency order when run sizes were inadequate for meeting subsistence needs or achieving escapement objectives. For example, sport fishing for king salmon has been restricted or closed since 2011. Chum salmon was closed or restricted during 2016, 2018, and 2020 to 2022, and coho salmon was closed during 2021 through 2022. Catch and release mortality is not only dependent upon air exposure, but also other factors such as water temperature, gear type, hook placement, landing times, and fish size, many of which impact mortality more than air exposure. The department actively promotes proper catch and release using various media, including brochures, web-based content, and social media platforms. This outreach promotes the use of single barbless hooks, landing the fish as quickly as possible, and limiting handling time and air exposure. The department opposes this proposal. This would increase regulatory complexity and unnecessarily impact sport fishing opportunity in the absence of a measurable biological benefit. The department encourages anglers to use best practices when handling and releasing all sport caught fish. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I offered the language found in RC 54. It is identical to the language that I offered for proposal number 65, which would essentially prohibit removing these fish from the water for the sake of a photo op or such things. I mean, among all of the other things that you listed that can affect catch and release mortality, the other one that you missed, I think, is gravity. So especially, again, on, as I mentioned, in the Dena'ina-related proposal, these are stressed out fish at this point in their life cycle. They're working hard to get to where they need to go, and I just don't think they need the added stress of being removed from the water. So, additional board discussion. Mr. Wood.
Question to Captain Frenzel. You, in your written comments, had noted that your opposition for a reason you provided defense. Does this RC 54 change your advice at all?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I'd reference my comments on 65 and no issues with this.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Considering the language in RC 55, I will be supportive of this. I think in general practice, I think in light of conservation issues around Alaska, specifically to king salmon, I think that past precedent that this board has set in specific places around the state may not be king salmon specific, but in the upper Copper, upper Susitna, Kenai Peninsula, and the Kenai River drainage, I think that regulations similar to this have been put in place, and it's all due specifically to preserve the conservation issues. So for those reasons, I'll support it.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I'll just reference since this proposal is essentially an identical proposal to the proposal 65 as amended in RC 48, just for a different river drainage. I'll be in support of it, but I will reference my comments that I made during proposal 65.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be in support of this language in front of us. I believe it makes it really clear and it gives you good direction on how to take care of your salmon. If you pick it out of the water, it's yours. If you don't take it out of the water, you can return it to the sea. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Tavi.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel, substitute.
Sergeant Blajeski for AWT, no, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 86 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 54. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 87.
Madam Chair, for the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 87, 5 AAC 39105, types of legal gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, for the record, Dina Jalen. This proposal would establish a definition of an eel stick. In current regulations, eel sticks are not included as allowable gear. We worked with the Subsistence Division staff and referred to previously published reports to define an eel stick as an eel stick consists of a single straight or bent pole equipped with notches or projecting tines used through the ice to take lamprey. For background, eel sticks, also known as eel rakes, have been historically used for subsistence in the commercial harvest of lamprey. An eel stick is swept through the water in narrow channels cut through river ice, and when a lamprey is encountered, the lamprey bends around the pole and rests on the nails, pegs, or notches. The stick is swept out of the water, and the lamprey are deposited on the ice where they freeze in the open air. The department submitted and supports this proposal to be consistent with current and traditional fishery practices.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe just a quick question for the department. We heard in the committee of the whole and in the public testimony portion of the meeting, is there anything in this regulation, if this were, the proposal were to pass, that would limit the person that built or created an eel stick in regards to dimensions, length, anything like that, or does this language suffice?
Through the chair, working with the Subsistence Division, we agreed upon this language as being a definition that describes an eel stick as commonly used. I guess I will have the question, I do have the question as to whether or not we'll be deciding this here as it is a statewide regulation.
Thank you.
Great, well, thanks for noting that, because we'll deliberate this proposal at statewide. I didn't realize that this was noticed for statewide as well. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I'm going back to proposal 84, and I know that included eel stick. And I don't know if RC 55 omitted that language or kept it in. Mr. Jensen, I know you submitted RC 55. So maybe you can speak to whether or not we've already passed a regulation that allows for the use of eel stick, and whether or not maybe we should have a definition for it now, as opposed to statewide.
I'd refer that question to Christie. Did we pass that in that proposal we just did a couple back?
Yeah, through the chair, this is Christy Gleason. Yes, we did include the eel sticks in there, and yeah, gear is usually defined for eel sticks in the statewide regulation 39.105. And the subsistence regulations refer other gear that's not defined in the statewide subsistence back to the commercial. So you may want to define it in 84, maybe with a parentheses. No?
Go ahead.
I guess my follow-up would be, would we expect for eel stick to be used to prosecute any fishery between now and statewide meeting?
Through the chair, no, this fishery typically takes place in October and November, so it's already occurred for this year and wouldn't occur until October or November of 2023.
Okay, so despite the fact that we passed something allowing the use of eel stick in RC 55, I'd make a motion to take no action on this proposal, seeing that this will not be prosecuted until the statewide meeting.
Second, ask for unanimous consent.
Yeah, I think what I would prefer is that there be a withdrawal of a motion to adopt, and then we'll take it up as statewide.
I'll withdraw my motion to adopt.
Second?
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Thank you. Hearing no objection, the motion has been withdrawn. We'll hear this at that's statewide. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, just, my thoughts are if this fails or passes it statewide, it'll take care of what we did in RC 55. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we have proposal number 88 before us at this time. We'll note for the record that Mr. Zare has stepped away from the table.
Madam Chair, for the record, this is Shane Ransbury. Proposal 88, 5 AAC 05331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Christy Gleason for the record. Proposal 88, this proposal would repeal and replace Yukon area commercial salmon fishing gear specifications. The maximum gillnet mesh size for commercial salmon fishing would be 6-inch or less in District 5, aligning with current regulations for all Yukon River districts. References allowing 8-inch or greater mesh size gillnets would be removed as they are outdated. Selective gear, including closely attended fish wheels, dip nets, and beach seines, would be options by emergency order in times of conservation for any salmon species while commercial fishing, and we could require the release of a salmon species with a conservation concern. Current regulations include Districts 1 through 4 and District 6 have a maximum mesh size of 6-inch or less while they're commercial salmon fishing. However, District 5 is the only Yukon River district with a maximum mesh size of 7.5-inch set gillnets while commercial salmon fishing. References to 8-inch or greater mesh size still exist in regulation and conflict with the current maximum mesh sizes. Under general regulations, allowable commercial salmon fishing gear consists of gillnets and/or fish wheels, depending on the district and salmon species. During times of conservation, king salmon are the only species required to be released from selective gears, such as the dip nets, beach seines, and closely attended fish wheels. For background, during the 2016 board cycle, the maximum mesh size in District 6 commercial salmon fisheries was reduced from 7.5-inch to 6-inch for the summer chum commercial fishery to align the maximum mesh sizes allowed in Districts 1 through 4. District 5 was not addressed at this time because the summer chum commercial fisheries had not occurred since 2006 in that district. However, a small-scale commercial fisheries with fish wheels and set gillnets have occurred for fall chum salmon in District 5 in most years since 2006. Since 2012, the Yukon area commercial salmon fisheries have been adopting selective gear types that allow for the harvest on abundant summer chum salmon while requiring the release of king salmon. The department submitted and supports this proposal. This aligns all districts with a maximum mesh size and selective gear options for all salmon species in the Yukon River drainage. This provides management flexibility to allow harvest opportunity on abundant salmon while conserving a particular salmon species. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. I have a quick question. Just in respect to sort of the variability between Districts 1 and 3 and 4 and 6 with respect to, looks like depth primarily. I mean, why is that? Is it just a function of the river and allowing some of those nets to get a little bit deeper? Or why is there that disparity in reg?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Christy Gleason. The mesh is deep for the lower Yukon compared to the upper Yukon are in current regulations. We are not making any changes. And it's like that because the river is different. And yeah, I don't have a reason other than that.
Yeah, I know that they're the same. I was just curious why they were that way. And if it's just because the river is deeper up there, that's a good enough answer for me. I was just trying to understand.
Yeah, I think it has to do with river morphology and the channelization and the depth of the river and how people typically fish And it's trying to make those two areas more similar and efficient with the gears, why it's not standard across the board.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Yeah, I'll be supportive of this again. I think this is just cleanup language, making the regs consistent across the books, and I think it's appropriate, so I'll be supportive of it. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be in support of this, and I'd just like to note that there was a RC 34 that was requesting 5 1/2 inch or smaller mesh that we already have in this. If this were to be adopted, we already have 6 inch or less for commercial salmon. So I think it would, I just wanted to refer to RC 34. This will do the same thing as that would have done in one portion of it. So I'll be in support of this, and I think it's, like you said, Madam Chair, it's just bringing things up to date and clarifies, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll do cost. Adoption of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost of the private person to participate in, nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Rabung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 88. Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion carries 6 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Proposal number 89.
Madam Chair, for the record, Sam Decker. Proposal 89, 5 AAC 05362, Yukon River Summer Chum Salmon Management Plan. Madam
Move
Chair.
to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, for the record, Dina Jallin with the department. This proposal would modify the Yukon area commercial dip net gear regulation to specify the operations of the dip nets during the commercial fishery could include a single rigid handle with a single line attached. So in current regulations, dip nets must have a single rigid handle and be operated by hand. All gear shall be operated in a manner conforming to its basic design. We have our specifications in the Summer Chum Salmon Management Plan that describe a dip net and list the specifications for the dimensions and the mesh that can be used. If this proposal were adopted, this would clarify an enforcement issue that was brought to us by enforcement staff asking if this was an allowable practice. This is an innovative use of dip nets that's been observed in the Yukon River commercial salmon fleet. And if adopted, this proposal would provide a clear definition of a commonly used dip net method that some fishermen use to increase fishing efficiency. For background, dip nets have been successful in offering selective commercial salmon harvest opportunity on summer chum salmon with live release of king salmon. This is, of course, this measure of success while providing some commercial harvest opportunity is less efficient than the commercial harvest that fishermen can take when they're able to use their gill nets. So while the efficiency is much less than what's allowed by gill net fishing. And this proposal would allow the Yukon River commercial salmon fleet to continue using this innovative method, now known as Yukon style, where a dip net is tied by a rope to the boat and suspended in the water. Commercial fishery or CFEC permit holders may have up to 4 dip nets in operation while commercial fishing. So this allows one crew member to haul up the rope, retain selective fish, and return fish that must be released alive back to the water, and then continue fishing and just tend the dip nets while they're continuing to fish in the water. The department submitted and supports this proposal to be consistent with current fishery practices. Madam Chair.
Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Captain Frenzel, is this already a legal practice?
Yes, currently, excuse me, through the chair, Member Mitchell. Currently, it is a lawful method. If the board intends to keep it a lawful method, I would encourage just take no action.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thanks. If the intent of the board is to not make this practice or change this practice anyway and continue to allow for it, then I make a motion to take no action.
Well, I have a question around that. Mr. Wood, go first.
What I want to know from staff is if Captain Frenzel is saying it's already allowed, it's not enforcement, what enforcement were you referring to when you brought it forward?
Through the chair, I believe that we were reached out to by enforcement, either folks from the Cusco or the Yukon who are observing this practice and were asking us if it was an allowable manner of operations, and we just wanted to add this to clarify to fishermen that this is an allowable practice to have the line attached to the dip net, because we didn't see that listed. And the advice that we got at the time was that the troopers were seeking clarification on this issue when we drafted the proposal.
Would there be any downside to having this enacted so that there's no doubt in anyone's mind that it's a lawful practice?
Through the chair, it would help to provide clarity for fishermen that this practice is allowable, provide good clarification for fishermen.
Thank you. If the motion to withdraw, to take no actions on the table, I would be in opposition to that motion. Okay.
Commissioner.
I think that question is best answered by enforcement rather than my staff. So.
Yeah, Captain Frenzel, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. The practice has been something that's innovated into the fishery. It's something that people found a better way to do something with a current legal gear type. As the regulation is written, it says operated by hand. It doesn't say held in the hand like it does for a sport fishing rod. Sport fishing regs say a fishing pole must be held in the hand or closely attended, meaning you could put in a rod holder or something. This simply just says operated by hand. So if a dip net with a short handle is on a rope and pulled up, that's operated by hand and completely legal. If, as I said, if the intent is to keep it that way, I don't know if we need to expand on the regulation anymore. It's being used right now in the area, and we're not taking enforcement action on it at this time.
Commissioner.
Given what enforcement has said, it would be our intention to notify people on the river that the current practice is in fact legal. So we would not, legal. Yes.
So I have a motion to take no action on proposal number 89. There's a second. Is there
Request unanimous consent.
a request for unanimous consent? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 89. That concludes deliberations for Group 4. The time is 4:15. I think we'll break here for the evening, and we will resume with deliberations of Group 5, Kuskokwim Subsistence, Commercial and Sport Fisheries, tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. If there's any substitute language being worked on for Group 5, please do it tonight.